They spat on him, beat him, starved him, called him a monster. And you know what? They were right. Just not in the way they thought. Because this demon brat didn't grow up to forgive the world. He grew up to own it. Every nation, every village, every soul. Bow down.
Somewhere in the bowels of the earth, beneath layers of rock and stolen research, a snake was dying. The kind with yellow slit eyes and paper white skin, and a tongue that had tasted the inside of too many children's bodies. Orochimaru of the Sannin, the man who had defected from Konoha and built a kingdom of horrors underground, was flat on his back. Both arms ended at the elbow. The stumps were not bleeding. They were cauterized black, sealed shut by something that was neither fire nor lightning. Something older, something worse. His legs would not move. A series of glowing green sigils circled his torso, pinning him to the stone floor like a butterfly mounted on a board. His chakra was locked. His curse marks were dead. His backup bodies, all 6 of them, had been found and destroyed in the span of 43 minutes. Standing over him was a boy, 12 years old, short for his age, wearing a suit of crude metallic armor, hand-forged iron plates bolted over dark fabric, wires running beneath the surface like veins, seals etched into every joint. A green cloak hung from his shoulders, torn at the edges, stained with the blood of the 37 Masashi, sound shinobi who had tried to stop him on the way down. And the mask. God, the mask. It was iron, smooth, featureless except for 2 narrow eye slits that glowed with a cold, sickly green light. The face of a devil, the face of a judge, the face of the thing that came for you when even the gods looked away. Orochimaru stared up at it, and for the first time in decades felt something he had almost forgotten, fear. Orochimaru's voice cracked. His throat was dry. The seals were draining his chakra faster than his body could produce it. You are just a child. How did you? Silence. The word came through the mask like a funeral bell, distorted, metallic, absolute. The boy crouched. Green light pulsed from the eye slits. You sought immortality through the bodies of children, serpent. Doom finds your methods inefficient. Orochimaru blinked. Doom, what is? And your ambition, the boy continued, as if the Sannin had not spoken at all, is pathetic. He pressed one armored gauntlet against Orochimaru's chest. The seals ignited. What happened next was something that the surviving sound shinobi would describe in different ways for years. Some called it a scream. Some called it a rupture. Kabuto, who was watching through a crack in the wall with his hand over his mouth and his body shaking, would later describe it as the sound of a soul being peeled out of a body one layer at a time, like stripping paint off a wall with your bare fingers. Green light exploded from Orochimaru's mouth, his eyes, his ears, his body convulsed, arched, slammed back down. The sigils around him spun like a centrifuge, pulling, extracting, cataloging. Naruto Uzumaki. Because that was who he was, though the name felt like a skin he had shed long ago, stood perfectly still as the extraction ran its course. Every jutsu Orochimaru had ever learned, every forbidden technique, every scrap of research on immortality, on Kekkei Genkai, on the Edo Tensei, every memory, every stolen secret from Konoha's archives, all of it, pulled from the snake's soul like venom sucked from a wound. The green light died. Orochimaru lay still. His eyes were open, empty. His mouth hung slack. There was nothing behind those yellow eyes anymore. Just meat. Naruto looked down at the husk. Then he raised his iron boot and brought it down. The crack echoed through the laboratory, through the halls, through the entire underground base. Silence followed. Naruto straightened, rolled his shoulders. The armor whirred and adjusted. New data was flooding through the suit's internal systems. Thousands of jutsu, decades of research, the locations of hidden bases across 3 countries. He filed it all, organized it, prioritized the useful, discarded the garbage. He turned. The doorway was full of faces. Kimimaro stood at the front, bone white hair, green eyes, loyal to a fault and built for war. Behind him, Tayuya, gripping her flute so hard her knuckles were white. Kidomaru, all 6 arms tense, sweat running down his forehead. Jirobo, Sakon, and Ukon. Kabuto, half hidden in the back, glasses reflecting the dying green glow. They had watched the whole thing. They had watched a 12-year-old boy walk into the most dangerous laboratory in the shinobi world, defeat every guard, crack every seal, and rip the soul out of the most feared missing nine alive. Nobody was breathing. Naruto looked at them. Through them, the mask's eye slit swept across the room like a searchlight. Otogakure is dead, he said. Nobody moved. From its ashes rises Latveria. Tayuya's mouth opened, closed, opened again. I am your new master. The words hit like a physical force. Kimimaro felt them in his bones, literally. His Kekkei Genkai responded to the sheer dominance rolling off the boy like heat off a forge. Bow, Doom said, or share his fate. He gestured behind him, at the thing that used to be Orochimaru, at the crushed skull and the empty eyes and the silence where a god complex used to live. Kimimaro dropped to one knee. Instantly, without hesitation, Tayuya followed, then Kidomaru, then Jirobo, then the twins. Kabuto was last. His glasses had fogged, his hands were shaking. His brilliant, traitorous survivor's mind was running the numbers, and every calculation ended the same way. He knelt. Good, Doom said. Rise. There is work to do. He walked past them, through them. His cloak brushed Kimimaro's shoulder. The bone user looked up. His eyes were different now, brighter, more alive than they had been in years. He had spent his entire life serving a snake who saw him as a vessel. Now he served something else, something worse, something that might actually win. 4 years earlier. Konoha, a Tuesday. Naruto Uzumaki was 8 years old and walking through the market district. He had learned, by the age of 4, to read the market like a battlefield. The vegetable seller on the left charged him triple. The baker on the right would throw stale bread at him if he got too close. The woman with the flower cart would spit. The old man with the dango stand would pretend he did not exist, which was actually the kindest response available. He walked through their hatred like a man walks through rain. Head down, eyes forward, steps measured. But his mind was somewhere else entirely. Since the age of 3, Naruto had dreamed of another life. A life of snow-covered mountains and iron fortresses. A life of circuit boards and incantations. A life where he stood above the world in a suit of armor, and the world bent its knee because it understood with perfect clarity that the alternative was annihilation. He remembered a name. Victor Von Doom. He remembered the feeling of absolute certainty that the world was broken, and that only one mind was brilliant enough to fix it. His mind. At first he thought the dreams were madness. By age 5 he understood they were memory. By age 6 he stopped fighting them. By 7 he had begun to build. The apartment they gave him was a joke. One room above a condemned building. Water damage on every wall. A mattress that smelled like mold. A window that did not close properly. The stipend from the Hokage's office was barely enough to eat. It was perfect. Nobody visited. Nobody checked. Nobody cared what the demon brat did in his sad little room. Which meant nobody saw the workbench he built from scrap wood. Nobody saw the stolen tools. Nobody saw the scrolls he had lifted from the academy library. Basic sealing theory, elementary chakra mechanics, introductory metallurgy. Nobody saw the first mask. It was terrible. Carved from wood, held together with wire and prayer. The eye holes were uneven. It looked like something a child would make for a festival. But when he put it on and looked in the cracked mirror above the sink, something clicked. Something deep and old and permanent. The boy in the mirror was gone. In his place stood something else. Something that did not beg. Something that did not cry. Something that ruled. He burned the wooden mask that night. It was unworthy. The next one would be iron. At the academy, Naruto played his role. He was loud, obnoxious, the dead last. He failed tests on purpose. He disrupted classes with pranks that Iruka would scold him for. He laughed too hard and talked too much and wore an orange jumpsuit that screamed, "Look at me. I am harmless. I am nothing." It was the greatest performance of his life. Beneath the jumpsuit, sealed against his skin with a storage tag of his own design, he carried blueprints. Designs for armor plating that could channel chakra. Schematics for automated sentries powered by wind nature crystals. Notes on the intersection of Fuinjutsu and what his other life called sorcery. The manipulation of dimensional energy through willpower and geometric formula. His classmates saw a clown. Doom saw sheep. And sheep, he knew, needed a shepherd. The breakthrough came at age 9. He found the Uzumaki scroll. It was hidden in the Hokage's archive, a restricted vault beneath the monument. He broke in on a Thursday night using a combination of a homemade smoke bomb, a crude genjutsu disruptor he had built from an alarm clock, and 3 explosive tags. And the simple fact that nobody expected the dead last to have the audacity to rob the most secure building in the village. The scroll was massive, 8 feet long when unrolled, written in a cipher that would have taken a code breaker months to crack. Naruto read it in 2 hours. The Uzumaki were seal masters, the greatest the world had ever known. Their techniques were not just fuinjutsu. They were reality engineering, space-time manipulation, soul binding, dimensional anchoring. Doom's memories merged with the Uzumaki legacy like 2 rivers meeting the sea. He understood everything. He sat in the dark of his apartment that night, the scroll spread across his workbench, and he laughed. It was a quiet laugh, cold, the kind of laugh that would make anyone who heard it check the locks on their doors. The Uzumaki clan had been destroyed because the world feared their power. Konoha had taken the orphan of their legacy and thrown him in a gutter, fed him scraps, let him be beaten by drunks on his birthday, called him a monster. Fools, he whispered. You had the key to godhood in your possession, and you used it as a garbage can. Over the next year, he built. The first real suit of armor was crude. Iron plates scavenged from a decommissioned weapons factory on the outskirts of the village. Wiring stripped from broken generators, seals carved into every surface, chakra amplification, kinetic dampening, elemental absorption. The mask was the centerpiece, iron, smooth. 2 eye slits lined with a luminescent compound he had synthesized from crushed chakra crystals. It was heavy. It was uncomfortable. It pinched at the shoulders and the knee joints locked if he moved too fast. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever created. He left Konoha on October 10th, his 10th birthday. The night the village celebrated the Kyuubi's defeat and cursed the boy who carried it, he walked out the front gate at 3 a.m. The guards were drunk. Of course they were. It was a holiday for everyone except him. He left nothing behind. He took the Uzumaki scroll, his armor, his tools, and a sack of rice. He did not look back at the Hokage monument. He did not feel sad. He felt nothing for Konoha. You cannot mourn a place that was never home. The village discovered his absence 3 days later. Iruka reported it. The Hokage launched a search. Anbu teams spread across Fire Country for 2 weeks. They found nothing. Because by then, the boy called Naruto Uzumaki was already deep in Rice Country, walking toward the hidden village of Sound, wearing a suit of iron armor and a green cloak and a mask that made grown men step off the road. He was 10 years old. He was going to conquer his first kingdom. It took 2 years. Not because it was difficult, because Doom was patient. He spent the first 6 months observing Otogakure from the outside, mapping guard rotations, cataloging Orochimaru's assets, identifying weaknesses. He lived in a cave 3 miles from the main entrance, surviving on rations and refining his armor every single night. The suit evolved. Version 2 incorporated chakra-conducting alloys he had forged from raw ore using wind and fire manipulation simultaneously, a technique no blacksmith in the world had ever conceived of. The seals grew more complex. Force field generation, short-range teleportation, energy projection from the palms. He built his first Doombot at age 11. It was the size of a cat. It could walk, identify targets, and deliver a lethal electrical charge. It was also, in Doom's estimation, garbage. But it worked, and from garbage, he iterated. Version 2 was the size of a dog. Version 3 was human-sized. Version 4 was better than most Chunin. At 11 and a half, he began picking off Orochimaru's outer bases, small ones, outposts and research stations with skeleton crews. He did not announce himself. He simply arrived, took everything of value, research, weapons, personnel, and left nothing behind but rubble and silence. Orochimaru noticed, sent teams to investigate. The teams did not return. By the time Naruto walked into the main laboratory at age 12, Orochimaru knew someone was coming. He just did not know who or what. The rest, the defeat, the soul extraction, the birth of Latveria, happened exactly as it was always going to happen. Because Doom did not gamble, Doom planned. And Doom's plans did not fail. In the months that followed, Latveria transformed. Naruto gutted Orochimaru's infrastructure and rebuilt it from the ground up. The torture chambers became research labs, clean, organized, purpose-driven. The prison cells became barracks. The curse mark program was dismantled. In its place, Naruto developed chakra augmentation seals that enhanced his soldiers without the pesky side effect of turning them into screaming abominations. Kabuto, whose survival instincts were the sharpest of anyone in the organization, proved useful. He had medical knowledge that rivaled Tsunade's, and under Doom's direction, he refined it further. Cybernetic augmentation, chakra-grafted prosthetics, medical seals that could heal a shattered femur in 6 minutes. Kimimura's terminal illness was cured in 2 weeks. Doom had taken one look at the Kaguya clan's bone disease, cross-referenced it with Orochimaru's stolen research and his own knowledge of cellular biology from another life, and engineered a targeted seal that restructured the bone marrow at the molecular level. Kimimaro wept when Doom told him the diagnosis was clear. "You weep," Doom said, looking down at him from behind the mask. "Doom finds this acceptable. You have earned the right." Kimimaro bowed his head to the floor. "I will serve you until my last breath, Lord Doom." "Doom knows." He turned and walked away. His cloak swept the floor behind him. Tayuya watched from the hallway. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed, trying very hard to look like she was not impressed. She was extremely impressed. "So," she muttered to Kidomaru, who was crouching on the ceiling because that was just what Kidomaru did. "We traded a snake for a metal kid who talks about himself in third person. A metal kid who cured Kimimaro's death sentence in 2 weeks and already has an army of robots," Kidomaru pointed out, "and who ripped Orochimaru's soul out through his face. Yeah. Beats the snake. By a lot." Latveria grew. Trade routes were established, carefully, quietly. Rice Country's daimyo found that the new leader of the former Sound Village was far more reasonable than the old one. Taxes were fair. The roads were safe. Bandits disappeared. Crime dropped. The villages on the border reported that the shinobi from Latveria were disciplined, professional, and terrifyingly well-equipped. Nobody asked questions. When a country goes from a warlord's playground to the most efficient, ordered nation in the region in under a year, people do not ask questions. They keep their heads down and enjoy the stability. And in the heart of it all, in the fortress he had built over Orochimaru's grave, Doom worked. He perfected the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's version was crude. It summoned the dead, but the reanimations were weak, uncontrolled, and required human sacrifices. Doom's version used synthetic hosts grown in vats, controlled by cybernetic implants, and sealed with binding arrays that gave the summoner absolute authority. The reanimated warriors retained their full power, their memories, their techniques. But their will belonged to Doom. He studied the Sharingan from samples Orochimaru had collected. He mapped the Renegade's theoretical capabilities from fragments of Uzumaki and Senju clan records. He cracked the formula for the Hiraishin by reverse engineering the fourth Hokage's sealing philosophy. The man had been his father after all, and the apple had fallen closer to the tree than anyone had ever suspected. He improved the Doom bots. Version 10 was as strong as a Jonin. Version 15 could use 3 elemental natures simultaneously. Version 20 was nearly indistinguishable from a human shinobi and could operate independently for 72 hours on a single chakra cell. The world did not know what was coming. Doom knew exactly what was coming. He had planned it down to the second. 2.5 years after Latveria's founding, the invitations arrived in every hidden village. The Chunin exams, Konoha, a celebration of peace and cooperation between nations. Doom read the invitation, folded it neatly, and placed it on his desk. Kimimaro. The bone user appeared in the doorway instantly. He wore Latverian armor now, white plates over dark fabric, sleek and fitted, with the Doom crest on the shoulder. He looked healthy, strong, devoted, my lord. Gather Tayuya and Kidomaru, pack for travel. The exams, my lord? The conquest. Kimimaro's eyes widened. Then he smiled. It was the smile of a weapon being told it was finally time to fire. As you command. The delegation from Latveria arrived at Konoha's gates on a Monday morning. The gate guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, almost swallowed their tongues. 3 shinobi walked in formation. Kimimaro in white armor, bone sword across his back, eyes fixed forward. Tayuya in dark red, her flute at her hip, a look on her face that said she had already decided everyone in this village was beneath her. Kidomaru in segmented gold and black plating, 6 arms folded, compound eyes scanning everything. Behind them, 4 Doombots in perfect lockstep, human-sized, iron-plated, green eyes glowing beneath featureless faceplates. They moved with a fluidity that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Too smooth for machines, too precise for humans. And at the center of the formation, elevated on a platform carried by 2 larger Doombots. Because, of course, he would not walk through the gates of a lesser nation like a common visitor, sat Doom. The armor was different now. The crude iron plates of his childhood were gone. In their place was something breathtaking and terrible. Interlocking alloy plates, dark gunmetal gray, covered in microscopic seal arrays that pulsed with faint green light. The cloak was deep emerald, weighted, flowing like liquid. The mask was flawless, smooth, cold iron, with 2 eye slits that burned with contained power. He looked like a war monument that had decided to get up and walk. Azumo's hand went to his radio. Central, this is Gate 2. We have the delegation from, Latveria, Kotetsu whispered, reading the documentation. His face was white. It says, Otokage. There is no Otokage. There is now. The radio crackled. Gate 2, escort them to the delegation housing and notify the Hokage's office immediately. Copy. Izumo looked at the formation, at the Doombots, at the glowing green eyes behind the iron mask. Welcome to Konoha, he said. His voice cracked on the second word. Doom did not acknowledge him. Doom did not acknowledge insects. The delegation moved through the streets of Konoha like a funeral procession. People stopped, stared, whispered. Mothers pulled their children behind them. Shinobi on rooftops tracked the Doombots with hands on their kunai holsters. Kakashi Hatake was leaning against a bookstore, reading his little orange book when the procession passed. He lowered the book. His one visible eye narrowed. That's new, he murmured. Beside him, Asuma Sarutobi lit a cigarette and squinted. Who the hell are they? Latveria. Used to be sound. Used to be. New management, apparently. Kakashi's eye tracked the figure on the elevated platform. There was something about the way the armored figure held himself. The absolute stillness. The total absence of wasted movement. Kakashi had seen a lot of dangerous people in his life. This one was different. This one felt like an event. I don't like it, Asuma said. Neither do I. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. The report was on his desk. Latveria, the former Otogakure. A new leader had emerged 2 years ago, young, unknown, masked. He had dismantled Orochimaru's operation, rebuilt the village from scratch, and turned Rice Country into the most stable nation in the Eastern Corridor. Intelligence reports were conflicting and sparse. Anbu operatives sent to gather information had returned with nothing useful, which was itself deeply alarming. The Otokage had registered for the Chunin exams as an observer and sponsor. His team was entering the tournament. He had requested VIP seating. Hiruzen looked at the request, looked at the intelligence file, looked at the empty chair across from his desk, where years ago, a blonde-haired boy used to sit and eat ramen and ask about becoming Hokage. He closed the file. Let him in, he said to the Anbu at the door, and tell Kakashi to keep both eyes open. The stadium was packed. Every hidden village had sent teams. The stands were a sea of headbands, leaf, sand, mist, cloud, stone. The civilian crowd was enormous. Vendors sold snacks, children waved flags. It was the biggest Chunin exam in a decade, and the energy was electric. The VIP box overlooked the arena from the highest point in the stadium. The daimyos sat in their cushioned seats with their fans and their bodyguards. The Kage had their own section. Hiruzen in his robes and hat, flanked by Anbu. The Kazekage, wrapped in cloth, eyes glinting with something Hiruzen did not trust. And then there was Doom. He had his own seat. He had insisted on it. And by insisted, the diplomatic record would note that his exact words to the seating coordinator had been, Doom does not share space with lesser men. Provide a chair worthy of his station, or Doom will bring his own. He brought his own. It was an iron throne, carried in by 2 Doombots and placed at the far end of the VIP box. It had armrests carved with seal arrays. The back was 7 feet tall. It weighed approximately 400 pounds. Hiruzen watched as Doom sat in the throne, green cloak draped over the arm, mask angled toward the arena floor, perfectly motionless. The 2 Doombots took flanking positions behind the throne, hands clasped behind their backs, faceplates dark. Your presence is unexpected, Lord Otokage, Hiruzen said. His voice was measured. His pipe was in his hand. His Anbu were very, very tense. Doom did not look at him. His mask stayed pointed at the arena. Doom goes where he pleases, old man. Observe the future. Hiruzen's jaw tightened. There was something in that voice, in the metallic distortion and the cold cadence, something familiar, something he could not place. The future? He asked carefully. Your world is a graveyard of potential, Doom said. Nations at each other's throats, children turned into weapons, power hoarded by old men who fear change. Doom has come to see the rot up close and to show you what replaces it. That sounds dangerously close to a threat. Now Doom turned. The mask's eye slits locked onto Hiruzen. Green light flared. When Doom threatens Hiruzen Sarutobi, you will know, because the threat will be the last thing you hear. The Anbu behind Hiruzen shifted. Hands moved toward weapons. The air got very tight very fast. Doom turned back to the arena. Relax your dogs. Doom is here as a guest. For now. Hiruzen stared at the iron mask for a long, silent moment. Then he turned back to the arena, raised his hand, and signaled the start of the exams. Down on the arena floor, the first round began. Konoha's teams went first. Sasuke Uchiha fought a rain genin and won with a grand fireball that torched the arena floor. The crowd loved it. Sasuke smirked. His fangirls screamed. Kakashi, watching from the Jonin section, eyes smiled. Doom watched the Uchiha's performance, cataloged the Sharingan's rotation speed, measured the chakra output of the fireball, filed the data. Adequate, he murmured, for a child playing with matches. Beside the throne, one of the Doombots recorded everything with optical sensors. Neji Hyuga fought a sound genie from another team, a nobody, a placeholder. The Hyuga dismantled him with gentle fist combinations that closed 32 Tenketsu in under 10 seconds. Clean, efficient, the crowd applauded respectfully. The Hyuga bloodline, Doom said, more to himself than anyone. Interesting. The Byakugan's chakra sight has applications Doom can improve upon. Shikamaru Nara fought, yawned, trapped his opponent in shadow possession, and made them walk into the wall. The crowd laughed. Shikamaru surrendered because winning sounded too troublesome. Doom said nothing. But beneath the mask, something that might have been amusement flickered. Then the announcer called the next match. Kimimaro of Latveria versus Gaara of the Sand. The stadium went quiet. Everyone knew Gaara, the Kazakage's son, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shukaku, the boy who had never been injured, the boy whose sand moved on its own, who crushed enemies without lifting a finger, who looked at the world like it was already dead and just hadn't realized it yet. Gaara walked down to the arena with his arms crossed. His gourd sat heavy on his back. His teal eyes were ringed with dark circles and filled with absolute casual murder. Kimimaro walked from the other entrance. He moved differently from before. The Latverian armor hugged his frame. White plates, dark underlayer, green accents at the joints. His bone sword was sheathed across his back. He walked with the calm, centered stride of a man who had already accepted the outcome of this fight, because Doom had told him the outcome. And Doom was never wrong. The proctor Genma, chewing on his senbon, looked between them. Fighters ready? Gaara's sand was already stirring. Kimimaro unsheathed his bone sword. Begin! Gaara's sand erupted. A wave of it, 10 feet high, dense as concrete, crashed toward Kimimaro like a tsunami. Kimimaro didn't move. He waited. The sand closed in. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1. Dance of the clematis, vine. His spine ripped from his back. Not painfully. The armor's medical seals numbed the process and accelerated regrowth. The spine whipped outward like a bladed chain, spiraling through the sand wave, cutting it apart. The grains scattered. The wave collapsed. The crowd gasped. Gaara's eyes widened. Barely. Just a fraction. But for Gaara, that was the equivalent of screaming. Kimimaro pressed forward. His spine retracted. In the same motion, he drew his bone sword and activated his Kekkei Genkai's second stage. Bones erupted from his forearms, his shoulders, his knees, turning his entire body into a weapon. Dance of the Camellia. He was fast. Faster than anyone expected. The Latverian armor was lighter than it looked, chakra-channeling alloys that amplified speed instead of restricting it. Doom had designed it specifically for Kimimaro's fighting style. Every movement was enhanced. Every strike carried twice the force. The bone sword carved through Gaara's sand armor, shattered the sand shield, got within 6 inches of Gaara's face before the sand reformed and pushed Kimimaro back. The crowd was on its feet. In the VIP box, the Kazakage leaned forward. His eyes, What was visible beneath his cloth wrappings were fixed on the fight. Hiruzen watched the battle with a strategist's eyes. The Latvian fighter was good, very good, better than good. He was fighting with the precision of a career jonin, and his body regenerated bones faster than Gaara's sand could reform. The armor was augmenting his abilities in ways Hiruzen had never seen before. He glanced at Doom. The iron mask had not moved. Doom sat perfectly still on his throne, one gauntlet resting on the armrest, watching his soldier work. Down in the arena, Gaara was getting frustrated. His sand was fast. It always had been. The automatic defense had never failed him. But Kimimaro was reading the sand's patterns, anticipating the formations before they completed, striking the gaps between defense and reformation. Enough, Gaara snarled. His hands came together. Chakra surged. The gourd on his back cracked and dissolved into a cloud of sand that doubled, tripled, the volume at his command. Sand tsunami! A wall of sand 30 feet high rose behind Gaara and crashed down on Kimimaro like a building collapsing. The arena shook. Dust blasted outward. The crowd shielded their eyes. When the dust cleared, Kimimaro was standing in the center of a bone cage, dance of the seedling fern. A forest of bone spears had erupted from the ground around him, deflecting the sand wave, routing it into channels that drained harmlessly into the arena floor. Gaara stared. Kimimaro brushed sand off his shoulder plate. Lord Doom anticipated this technique, Kimimaro said. His voice was calm, almost gentle. He designed my armor's seal array to counter sand-based compression. You are fighting the intelligence of my master, Gaara of the Sand. You were outmatched before you entered this arena. Up in the VIP box, Tayuya snorted. She was sitting on the railing with her legs dangling, eating an apple. Boy's getting poetic. Doom's gonna tell him to shut up and finish. As if on cue, Doom's voice echoed through a tiny communicator in Kimimaro's ear. Ended. Kimimaro nodded. Dance of the clematis, flower. His right arm transformed, the bones restructured into a massive spiraling drill. Dense compressed, reinforced with chakra until it glowed white hot. He surged forward. The sand tried to block him. He punched through it. The drill tore through 3 layers of sand shield, shattered the sand armor on Gaara's body and stopped 1 centimeter from the Jinchuriki's heart. The arena was silent. Gaara looked down at the bone drill pressed against his exposed chest. His sand lay in scattered piles around him. His armor was gone. For the first time in his life, he could feel the wind on his bare skin. His lip trembled. Mother? He whispered. Your mother is dead, Kimimaro said. He said it the way you tell someone the time. Your demon is a resource, and you are defeated. He withdrew the drill, stepped back. Gaara dropped to his knees. Sand drifted aimlessly around him. The one-tailed chakra was pulsing, erratic. Shukaku was trying to take over, but something was wrong. The sand felt sluggish, confused, as if someone had interfered with the seal. Because someone had. During the fight, Doom had deployed a targeted Fuinjutsu disruption wave from the throne, invisible, undetectable, designed to destabilize Jinchuriki seals at a molecular level. Shukaku was locked in a cage within a cage. Extraction is ready, my lord, Kabuto's voice came through Doom's earpiece. The medic was stationed beneath the arena in a concealed pod, monitoring everything. Proceed on Doom's mark, Doom replied. After the crowd clears. The proctor called the match. Winner, Kimimaro of Latveria. The stadium was quiet, then it erupted. Confusion, shock, some scattered applause, a lot of very nervous murmuring. Gaara of the Sand had never lost, never been touched. And a Latverian fighter had just dismantled him like a training dummy. In the Kage box, the Kazakage's hands gripped the armrests. Hard. Hiruzen's pipe had gone out. He relit it with steady hands, but his eyes told a different story. Doom watched, cataloged, decided. The next matches were irrelevant. Tayuya fought a missed kunoichi and won with a genjutsu from her flute that made the girl stab herself in the leg and beg for mercy in under 30 seconds. Kidomaru fought a cloud genin and pinned him to the arena wall with golden arrows from 60 meters away, using all 6 arms to fire simultaneously. The crowd didn't cheer for the Latverian victories. They watched in silence. The kind of silence that settles over a room when everyone realizes the person in the corner is carrying a weapon. Every team from every village had the same expression. Wide eyes, tight jaws, the quiet, dawning understanding that the tournament was a formality. Between matches, Naruto overheard the conversations in the stands. His armor's audio sensors pulled in everything within a 200-meter radius. A Konoha Jonin whispering, "Who the hell trained those kids?" A Sand Shinobi muttering, "Even Gaara? How?" A Cloud Kunoichi to her partner, "We need to leave. Now. Something's wrong." She was right. Something was very wrong. It was about to get worse. The final round of matches concluded. The sun was low. The arena was battered. Genma announced the intermission before the closing ceremony. Doom stood. In the VIP box, every head turned. "The time for games is over," Doom said. He raised his left gauntlet. The seal arrays along his forearm blazed green. Spell of somnolent binding. A wave of energy erupted from the gauntlet, invisible to the naked eye but devastating in effect. Compressed knockout gas, enhanced with a sorceress sleep charm, flooded the stadium at the speed of sound. It hit the civilian sections first. Men, women, and children slumped in their seats like puppets with cut strings, snoring before they hit the ground. Weak shinobi dropped next. Jinin. Some Chunin. Anyone below a certain chakra threshold simply folded. The Jonin felt it hit. Most staggered. A few dropped. The strongest, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, flared their chakra and burned the gas from their lungs. They stayed standing, but they were alone in a stadium full of unconscious bodies, and the sky was full of machines. They came from every direction, dropping from the clouds, rising from the ground, teleporting in waves of green light from sealed portals that ripped open across the village like wounds. Doombots, hundreds of them. Version 23, human-sized, gunmetal gray, green eyes, each one armed with compressed chakra plasma emitters in their palms and loaded with a library of stolen jutsu. They could use Fireball. They could use Water Dragon. They could use Shadow Clone. They could use techniques that didn't have names yet because Doom had invented them last Tuesday. They landed on rooftops, in streets, on the village walls. They formed ranks with mechanical precision, rows of identical iron soldiers, faceplates dark, weapons hot. Konoha's alarm siren screamed. Kakashi was already moving. He pulled his headband up. The Sharingan spun. "This is an invasion," he said into his radio. "All units, full combat status. Protect the civilians. Someone get the Hokage." An explosion cut him off. The eastern wall of the village detonated inward. 3 massive Doombots, Titan class, 30 feet tall, armed with siege cannons, walked through the gap. Guy was on the nearest rooftop, already in his fighting stance. "What are those things?" "Robots," Kakashi said. "Robots. Metal soldiers, machines, they." A Doombot fired a plasma blast at their rooftop. They scattered. The blast vaporized the building. "Yosh! Then we will defeat them with the power of youth." Guy launched himself at the nearest Doombot and punched it so hard the torso crumpled inward. The bot's head flew 50 meters. He landed on another one, ripped its arm off, and used it as a club to demolish 3 more. Kakashi sighed. "Right." He flew through hand seals. Lightning blade, the crackling blade of lightning, punched through a Doombot's chest plate. He ripped sideways, bisecting it, spun, drove the blade through another. A third fired at him from behind. He substituted with a destroyed bot and flanked it, cutting its legs off at the knee. They were everywhere. For every one they destroyed, 3 more landed. Asuma carved through a squad of bots with his trench knives, wind chakra edges slicing iron like butter. Kurenai trapped a cluster in a genjutsu, buying time for the academy teachers to evacuate children. Aruka carried 2 kids under his arms and ran through smoke-filled streets while Doombots marched past in perfect formation. The village was burning. Smoke columns rose from every district. The Hokage monument cracked as a Titan-class bot slammed into the cliff face. And high above it all, in the VIP box of the stadium, Doom watched. "Magnificent," he said. He said it the way a painter might say it about a sunset. A pity about the architecture. Doom always admired the monument. He will rebuild it with improvements. The Kazekage, who had been sitting very still through all of this, finally turned to look at Doom. The cloth wrappings around his face shifted. Doom was already looking at him. "Orochimaru," Doom said. The Kazekage went rigid. "You think Doom did not know? You replaced the Kazekage weeks ago. You planned your own invasion of Konoha. Sand and sound, working together, crushing the leaf in a coordinated strike." Doom leaned forward. The mask's eyes burned. "Doom canceled your invasion. Doom replaced sound with Latveria. Your sand forces are currently surrounded by 30 Doombots each. They will surrender, or they will be reduced to components. Your snake summons have been sealed. Your hidden operatives have been neutralized. Every asset you plan to deploy tonight belongs to Doom. Orochimaru's disguised face twisted. The cloth unraveled. Pale skin. Yellow eyes. A grin that curdled into something between fury and terror. You little. Doom already has your soul, Orochimaru. Or did you forget? The fragment you left in the curse marks. Doom extracted every copy months ago. You are running on borrowed time in a borrowed body. Doom has merely been patient enough to let you serve your purpose. Orochimaru lunged, his neck stretched, his jaw unhinged. A sword, the Kusanagi, erupted from his throat. Doom raised one hand. Crimson bands of Sidorak. Red energy materialized from the air, thick, pulsing chains of magical force that wrapped around Orochimaru mid-lunge. They constricted, tightened. The Kusanagi blade stopped 6 inches from the mask. Orochimaru gasped, struggled. The bands tightened further. You sought to deceive Doom, the mask said. How amusing. He clenched his fist. The bands crushed inward. Orochimaru's borrowed body cracked, splintered, dissolved into snakes that writhed and popped under the magical pressure. What was left of the Sanin's consciousness, a wisp of soul energy, desperate and screaming, tried to flee. Doom caught it in a containment seal with a flick of his wrist. You may prove useful, he said, pocketing the seal tag, as a battery. He turned back to the arena. Now then, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage was gone from the VIP box. The Anbu were gone. The box was empty, except for Doom, his Doombots, and the settling smoke. Doom looked up. Across the rooftops, he could see a figure in white robes running toward the Hokage Tower. The old man runs, Doom said, as they always do. He stepped off the VIP box's railing and floated. Green energy crackled beneath his boots. Not chakra flight, something else. Something Doom. He rose above the burning village, green cloak spreading behind him like wings, and moved through the air toward the rooftop of the academy. Because that's where Hiruzen would make his stand. The academy, where the children were, where the symbol was. Doom knew his enemy. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a sentimental fool. But he was a sentimental fool with the combined knowledge of every jutsu in Konoha's history. He would fight to protect the next generation. He would die on that hill. Doom intended to let him. The academy rooftop was flat and wide. Hiruzen stood in the center, diamond hard, robes fluttering. He had shed the hat. His eyes were steel. Behind him, the barrier team, 4 Anbu specialists, slammed their palms to the ground. 4 violet flames encampment. Purple fire erupted in a perfect cube around the rooftop. A barrier jutsu. Anything that touched it would burn. Nothing could get in or out, except Doom was already inside. He landed on the opposite end of the roof. Boots hit stone. The impact cracked the tiles. Hiruzen turned. You orchestrated this entire attack, the third Hokage said. His voice was steady. His hands were already moving through seals. The registration, the exams, the Latverian delegation, all of it was a pretense. Doom does not pretend, Doom replied. Doom prepares. There is a difference. Who are you? You already know. Your heart knew the moment you saw Doom in that box. You felt it. The guilt, the recognition, the shame. Hiruzen's hand stopped mid-seal. Doom reached up. Both gauntlets gripped the sides of the iron mask. He removed it. Blonde hair, short, wild, whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. Blue eyes that were not blue anymore. They were green, burning, emerald green, cold as the void between stars. Hiruzen's pipe fell from his mouth. It hit the roof and rolled. He didn't notice. Naruto? The name came out like a wound opening, like something that had been stitched shut and was tearing free. The boy, the man, the thing standing across from him held the mask at his side. His face was expressionless, young, 12, maybe 13, but the eyes were ancient. You failed this village. Hiruzen, you failed the boy you swore to protect. Hiruzen's hands trembled. I tried. I assigned Anbu to watch you. I gave you a stipend. You left a weapon in a gutter and prayed it would dull. Instead, it sharpened. Naruto, please. That boy died in your gutters. He put the mask back on. The click was final, absolute. But Doom does not fail. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a breath. A long one, deep. When he let it out, the sentimental old man was gone. What stood in his place was the professor, the god of shinobi, the man who had mastered every jutsu in the Leaf's library and led a village through 3 wars. Then I will mourn that boy. Hiruzen said quietly, after I stopped the man he became. His hands blurred. Summoning jutsu! The smoke cleared. Enma, the Monkey King, stood beside the Hokage in his humanoid form, massive, powerful, fur bristling. Hiruzen, Enma rumbled. That chakra! What is that? The worst mistake I ever made, Hiruzen said. Transform. Enma's body shifted, extended, became the adamantine staff, a weapon that could extend infinitely, harden beyond diamond, and strike with the force of a mountain. Hiruzen gripped it and charged. Doom did not move. The staff swung, a horizontal strike aimed at the mask. It would have caved in a mountain. Doom raised one hand. Shield of the Seraphim. A green translucent barrier materialized in the air, geometric, layered, humming with dimensional energy. The adamantine staff hit the shield. The impact sent a shockwave across the rooftop that shattered every tile. The barrier team behind them braced against the force. The shield held. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He pulled back, spun, thrust the staff forward with both hands. A piercing strike that could punch through castle walls. Eldritch enhancement, Iron Fortress. The shield doubled in density. The staff hit it and bounced. The recoil knocked Hiruzen back 3 steps. Doom lowered his hand. Doom expected more from the god of shinobi. Perhaps the title was generous. Hiruzen snarled. His hands flew. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. 2 dragons, one of flame, one of compressed stone, erupted from the rooftop and converged on Doom from opposite angles. The Fire Dragon roared. The Earth Dragon bellowed. They hit simultaneously. Explosion, heat, debris. The rooftop cratered. When the smoke cleared, Doom stood in the center of the crater. His armor was glowing. Seal arrays across the chest plate pulsed rhythmically as they absorbed the elemental energy. The armor feeds on elemental chakra, Doom explained. Every technique you use makes Doom stronger. This is the fundamental flaw of ninjutsu. It assumes the enemy cannot turn your power against you. He raised both gauntlets. Green energy crackled. Doom will now demonstrate a superior approach. Bolts of Balthak. Twin beams of concentrated magical energy fired from his palms, bright green, screaming through the air. They hit Hiruzen's staff guard and punched through, catching the Hokage in the chest. He flew backward, hit the barrier wall. The purple fire singed his robes. He dropped to one knee, blood on his lips. Your barrier team, Doom said, not looking behind him. They are excellent. Doom will have use for them later. Don't you touch them. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Doom spoke the name casually and formed the seals in 1 second flat. 34 hand seals, reduced to 6 through Doom's optimized seal compression. A massive water dragon materialized from condensed moisture in the air and hammered Hiruzen into the rooftop. The old man rolled, coughed, wind style, vacuum blade. A blade of compressed air screamed across the roof. Hiruzen deflected it with Enma's staff. Barely. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. A net of electricity spread across the wet rooftop. Hiruzen leaped. The lightning followed, hit his left leg. He screamed Doom was using jutsu like breathing, one after another. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. All 5 elements, all at full power, all with perfect form. Because Doom had Orochimaru's knowledge. And Orochimaru had spent a lifetime stealing techniques. Hiruzen landed hard. Panting, bleeding from a dozen cuts. His robes were torn. His left arm hung wrong. You have all of his jutsu, the Hokage gasped. Orochimaru's. Doom has everything Orochimaru had, Doom confirmed, and everything Orochimaru wanted but could never achieve. He raised his right gauntlet, slammed it into the rooftop. Summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins rose from the stone, wooden, ancient. Marked with the numbers 1 and 2, Hiruzen's face went white. The coffins opened. Hashirama Senju stepped out of the first coffin. The first Hokage, god of shinobi, the man who has shaped the world. He looked wrong. His eyes glowed green. Cybernetic implants ran along his arms, sleek, integrated, humming with power. His face was blank, controlled, a puppet with the strength of a god. Tobirama Senju stepped from the second Hokage, the creator of the Edo Tensei itself. His body was similarly augmented. Metal plates over organic tissue, chakra regulators embedded in his spine, eyes burning the same sickly green. They stood behind Doom, silent, waiting. You, Hiruzen's voice broke. You raised my teachers, you defiled their. Doom improved them, Doom said. Their bodies are reinforced with cybernetic augmentation. Their chakra output is 300% of their original capacity. Their techniques are enhanced with seal arrays that eliminate wasteful hand signs. They are objectively superior to the men they were in life. He paused. Doom does not defile. Doom perfects. Hashirama! Tobirama! Can you hear me? Hiruzen shouted. Hashirama's mouth moved. His voice was distant, hollow. Hiruzen, run! But his body stepped forward, hands forming seals against his will. Wood-style deep forest emergence. The rooftop exploded with trees, massive, ancient, twisting trunks that erupted from the stone and reached for Hiruzen like wooden hands. The technique that had built Konoha was now tearing it apart. Hiruzen leaped. Enma extended. The old man swung through the forest canopy, dodging branches, deflecting wooden spears. Water-style, water-severing wave. Tobirama's body called out, firing a high-pressure water jet that cut through 3 trunks and nearly bisected Hiruzen's waist. The Hokage twisted. The water cut his side. Blood sprayed. The 2 reanimated Hokage pressed the attack. Hashirama's wood constructs filled the barrier, turning the rooftop into a death trap of living timber. Tobirama's water jutsu flooded the gaps, and behind them, Doom stood perfectly still, directing the assault like a conductor with an orchestra. Hiruzen fought. God, he fought. He was old and wounded and facing 3 opponents, one of whom he could barely touch and 2 who could not be killed. But he was still the professor, still the man who had survived 3 wars. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. 100 shuriken became 10,000. They filled the air, cut through wood, forced the reanimated Hokage back. Enma. Maximum extension. The staff extended to impossible length. Hiruzen swung it in a full circle, clearing the rooftop. Trees shattered, water scattered. For one moment, one glorious, desperate moment, the old man stood in the clear. He looked at Doom. Doom looked at him. Impressive, Doom acknowledged. Truly. Doom does not say that lightly. Hiruzen's hands came together. The air turned cold. If I cannot defeat you, the Hokage said, then I will take you with me. His fingers formed the forbidden seal, the technique that no one survived, the technique that his predecessor, the man standing behind Doom as a puppet, had warned him about. Reaper Death Seal. The temperature dropped to freezing. Behind Hiruzen, a shape materialized, massive, translucent, terrible, the Shinigami, the death god. Its robes billowed in a wind that existed between dimensions. Its mouth gaped. Its hand reached forward, passing through Hiruzen's chest and extending toward Doom. This was the ultimate technique, the ultimate sacrifice. A summoning of death itself tied to the user's life force. Whatever the Shinigami's hand grasped, it took, soul, body, everything, dragged into the belly of the death god for eternity. The spectral hand reached for Doom. Doom laughed. It was a terrible laugh. Metallic, resonant. The laugh of a man who had stared into the face of death in another life, many other lives, and found it unimpressive. You think you can barter with death? Doom said. He raised both gauntlets. Green runes ignited across the armor. Every seal, every enchantment, every ounce of mystical energy he had accumulated over years of study and conquest. The chains of Kraken. Massive green chains, thick as tree trunks, burning with magical fire, erupted from Doom's gauntlets and shot through the air. They wrapped around the Shinigami, around its arms, its torso, its neck. The death god shrieked, a sound that cracked the barrier walls and made the Anbu bleed from their ears. The chains pulled tight, the Shinigami strained, reality rippled. You are a construct, Doom told the death god. His voice was calm, absolute, a manifestation of a dimensional entity bound to a summoning contract, and Doom has spent his entire existence studying the boundaries between dimensions. He twisted his wrists, the chains constricted. Doom commands it. The Shinigami froze. Its spectral eyes, empty, hollow, ancient, turned to look at Doom. It lowered its reaching hand. It bowed. Hiruzen stared. The Reaper Death Seal, the technique that had killed his predecessor, the technique that was supposed to be absolute, had been intercepted, countered, dominated by a 13-year-old boy in a metal mask. The old man's arms dropped. The seal on his stomach, the binding mark of the Reaper Death Seal, flickered and died. The Shinigami wavered, bound by Doom's chains, its power drawn off and channeled into the armor's reserves. Hiruzen fell to his knees. How? He whispered. What are you? Doom walked toward him. Each step was heavy, final. Doom is what happens when genius is born into suffering, he said. Doom is what happens when a child is abandoned by those who swore to protect him. Doom is the correction the world did not want but will receive regardless. He stood over the third Hokage. You asked who Doom is. He grabbed the front of Hiruzen's robes, lifted the old man to his feet. Their faces were inches apart. Doom is everything you were afraid Naruto Uzumaki would become, and so much more. His right gauntlet pressed against Hiruzen's chest, the seal arrays activated. Extraction seal, knowledge drain. Hiruzen gasped. His body went rigid. The technique was not painful. Doom had designed it to be clean, efficient, humane even. But the sensation of having your knowledge pulled from your mind, every jutsu, every secret, every memory, was indescribable. Hiruzen felt it all leaving. The Sarutobi clan techniques, the Forbidden Scrolls contents, the village's defense protocols, the location of every Anbu safe house, the identities of Roots operatives, everything. Doom took it all. And when the extraction was complete, he also took the residual energy from the Shinigami, the fragments of Death God power that clung to Hiruzen's soul from the incomplete Reaper Death Seal. Dimensional energy, the power to touch the boundary between life and death. Doom added it to the collection. Hiruzen sagged. His eyes were glazed. He looked ancient, far older than his years. A man emptied. Doom grants you this mercy, Doom said. You could have been cruel to the boy you abandoned. Instead, you were merely neglectful. For that, Doom will make this quick. He drove his gauntlet through the third Hokage's chest. There was no drama, no extended death speech, no flashback montage. Just the sound of armor piercing flesh, a soft exhale, and then silence. Doom held the body for a moment. Then he walked to the edge of the rooftop and let it drop. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi, fell from the roof of the academy. He landed in the street below, in the dirt. In the shadow of the village he had given his life to protect. The barrier fell, the purple flames guttered and died. The Anbu team stared at the armored figure on the roof. Doom looked down at them. You are skilled barrier technicians. Latveria has use for your talents. Submit now and you will be treated with dignity. 3 of them ran. 3 Doombots dropped from the sky and brought them back. Bound, collared, the 4th knelt on his own. Smart, Doom said. He turned. The reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama stood behind him, motionless, awaiting commands. Doom looked at them for a moment. Return to containment, he said. Your services are no longer needed, for now. They dissolved. The coffins sank into the ground. Doom floated off the rooftop and descended toward the streets below. The village was in chaos. Beautiful, controlled chaos. Doom's chaos. The Doombots had taken the walls, the gates, the communication towers. Konoha's shinobi were fighting. Hard, bravely, desperately, but they were fighting an army that did not tire, did not bleed, did not fear. Every time a Doombot fell, 2 more replaced it. Every time a squad rallied, a Titan-class unit would round the corner and flatten the street. Anbu squads were engaging in hit-and-run tactics. Some were effective, most were not. The Doombots had been programmed to counter Anbu combat patterns. Doom had studied Konoha's military doctrine through Orochimaru's stolen intelligence files and designed specific countermeasures. In the market district, Kakashi Harake was single-handedly holding a 3-block perimeter. His Sharingan was spinning wildly, copying the Doombots' movement patterns in real time and exploiting their joint vulnerabilities. Lightning Blade punched through chest plates. Copied Jutsu turned the bot's own weapons against them. He was a whirlwind, precise, lethal, utterly committed. But he was tiring. The Sharingan devoured chakra. Every technique cost him, and the bots kept coming. Kakashi! Guy appeared on the rooftop above him. The green beast of Konoha was drenched in oil and sparking from a dozen small wounds. He had been punching Doombots apart with his bare hands for the last 20 minutes. His knuckles were raw. His grin was enormous. Guy, how many have you? I lost count at 47. This is the greatest battle of my life. Even now, in the middle of an apocalypse, Kakashi had to suppress a sigh. Focus. There's a command unit somewhere. If we take it out, the rest might deactivate. Then we find the command unit. It's him, Kakashi said. He pointed upward. Doom was floating above the main street, green cloak billowing, iron mask reflecting the fires, arms crossed, watching his army work with the detachment of a man reviewing a spreadsheet. Guy looked up. His grin faded. Slowed as the Otokage? That's the Otokage. Guy stared at the floating figure for a long moment. Then he reached down and unstrapped the weights from his legs. They fell, cratered the rooftop. Guy, if he is the enemy, Guy said, and his voice was different now, lower, harder, the voice of the man behind the showmanship, then he is my opponent, and I will give him everything. You can't. If you open the 8th gate, I know what the 8th gate costs, my friend. Guy looked at Kakashi. His eyes were warm, resolute. But this village, these people, they are worth it. Kakashi's jaw tightened. Then I'm coming with you. They moved together. Kakashi from the left, Guy from the right. Two of Konoha's finest, converging on the most dangerous person either of them had ever faced. Doombots intercepted. Kakashi carved through 3 with a lightning-enhanced kunai. Guy obliterated 5 with a single sweeping kick that sent their torsos flying into walls. They pushed through, forward, up. Guy hit the 3rd rooftop and launched. First gate, gate of opening, open. Chakra exploded from his body. His skin flushed red. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Green aura erupted around him. The air distorted. Fourth gate, open. Fifth gate, open. Sixth gate, open. His body was screaming. Every muscle fiber was tearing and reknitting. The chakra output was staggering. The shockwaves alone were shattering windows 3 blocks away. Seventh gate, gate of wonder, open. Blue vapor ignited off his skin. His body glowed like a fallen star. The rooftop beneath him disintegrated. He looked up at Doom, floating 40 meters above the street. 8th gate. Kakashi, arriving on a parallel rooftop, froze. Guy, wait! Gate of death, open! Red, everything turned red. The vapor erupting from Guy's body was the color of blood, of sunsets, of endings. His skin had turned crimson. His eyes burned white. The chakra output was off any measurable scale. It was like standing next to the sun. The buildings around him cracked from the pressure alone. Guy looked at Doom. His body was already dying. He could feel it. Cells bursting, muscles shredding, bones splintering under their own force. He had minutes, maybe less. Evening elephant. He vanished. The air where he had been standing ignited from the friction. He appeared in front of Doom, above the street in the open air, fist drawn back. 5 punches, each one compressed air into a fist-shaped cannon blast, shaped like an elephant's foot, carrying enough force to flatten a mountain. Boom, 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 boom. 5 impacts, each one louder than the last. The shockwaves leveled buildings below. Windows exploded for half a mile in every direction. The sky split with concussive force. Dust. Smire. Guy hung in the air, fist extended, body trembling. The 8th gate was eating him alive. His left arm had gone numb. His vision was blurring at the edges. Blood poured from his nose, his ears, his eyes. He looked forward. The smoke cleared. Doom was still floating. Arms still crossed, cloak torn at one edge. The armor had hairline cracks along the chest plate. A green shield shimmered in front of him, the shield of the Seraphim, layered with the armor's force field generators, augmented by every seal in his suit. The shield was cracked, fractured, barely intact, but intact. Impressive physical output, Doom said. He said it quietly, genuinely, the way a man respects a weapon that almost killed him. A pity it is so primal. Guy stared. He had hit this man with the strongest attack a human body could produce. 5 mountain-leveling punches at speeds that exceeded the limits of physics, and the mask hadn't even shifted. What are you? Guy gasped. Doom is Doom, the mask replied, and you are finished. Guy tried to raise his fists. His right arm wouldn't respond. His body was failing. The 8th gate was closing whether he wanted it to or not. Doom appeared behind him. Teleportation. A spatial displacement technique, part Haraishin, part dimensional sorcery, executed in the space between heartbeats. Doom's gauntlet pressed against the back of Guy's neck. A seal array activated, green lines spreading across Guy's skin like veins. Dark binding seal, gate suspension. The 8th gate's energy stopped, froze. The red vapor hung in the air, motionless. Guy's body went rigid, still alive, still burning, but locked in stasis. The seal was suspending the gate's self-destructive process, preserving Guy's body at the edge of death without letting it cross. You are too valuable to waste, Doom said. The world's greatest taijutsu specialist, reduced to a kamikaze attack. Pathetic. Under Doom's command, your power will be harnessed properly. He placed the collar on Guy's neck, a techno-magical control collar, iron band, seals on the inside, a green crystal at the throat that pulsed once, twice, and then glowed steady. Guy's eyes changed. The fire went out. The passion, the determination, the boundless spirit that defined Might Guy, all of it dimmed. His pupils contracted. His irises shifted to a cold, mechanical green. He stopped struggling. He knelt in the air, Doom's spatial field holding them both aloft, and bowed his head. "Doom," he said. His voice was flat, empty. "How may I serve?" "Stand. Await further instructions." Guy floated to the ground, landed gently, stood at attention, perfectly still, perfectly silent. The man who had been the loudest, most passionate shinobi in Konoha was now a statue. Watching from a nearby rooftop, Kakashi felt his stomach drop. Guy, his best friend, his rival, the man who had challenged him to everything, from races to rock, paper, scissors to full combat sparring matches. The man who believed in hard work more than any genius ever could. The man who called Kakashi his eternal rival with tears streaming down his face at least once a week. Gone, just like that. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed on Doom. His hands moved. Kamui. The air in front of Doom's mask distorted. Space-time itself warped, spiraling inward, creating a vortex that would drag anything in its focal point into another dimension. The Sharingan's most dangerous technique, a one-shot kill that ignored all physical defenses. Doom tilted his head. The vortex hit the armor. Doom's spatial displacement seals activated simultaneously, counteracting the dimensional pull with an equal and opposite force. The Kamui distortion met the anti-dimensional field and canceled out. The air snapped back to normal. That was his trump card. The technique that could warp anything into oblivion. It had done nothing. Doom raised a hand toward Kakashi. Dimensional anchor seal. A green sigil appeared beneath Kakashi's feet. He tried to move. His body wouldn't respond. The seal was locking his chakra pathways, specifically the ones connected to the Sharingan's spatial manipulation. "Your eye," Doom said, floating toward him, "is a fragment of a far greater power. You wield it like a child playing with a loaded weapon. The Sharingan was never meant for a Hatake. It is, however, precisely what Doom needs." "You won't take my eye," Kakashi said. His voice was steady, defiant, even now. "Obito gave me this eye. It's the only thing I have left of him." Doom is not interested in your grief. He landed on the rooftop in front of Kakashi. Doom is interested in your compliance. The collar appeared in his hand, gunmetal gray, green crystal. You were this village's greatest jonin, a prodigy, a legend, and they wasted you, sent you on meaningless missions, buried you in a system that valued politics over progress. Under Doom, your talents will be directed towards something that matters. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. "And what's that?" "The future." He placed the collar around Kakashi's neck. The copy ninja's body stiffened. His eye widened, then dulled. The Sharingan stopped spinning. His shoulders dropped. His hands fell to his sides, green eyes, flat. He knelt. "Lord Doom," Kakashi said, awaiting orders. "Join Guy. Patrol the northern district. Suppress all remaining resistance. Minimize casualties. Doom will have need of this village's population." "Understood." Kakashi vanished. Body flicker. Heading north. On the ground below, a cluster of Konoha Chunin had been watching from behind a collapsed wall. They had seen everything. Guy's defeat. Kakashi's fall. The collars. One of them, a young woman with bandages across her face, was crying. Another, a bearded man with a cigarette in his shaking hand, whispered, "What the hell do we do?" A third looked at the sky where Doom floated like a green cloak specter and said the only honest thing left to say, "We lose." Elsewhere in the village, Kimimaro and Tayuya were handling cleanup with brutal efficiency. Kimimaro's bone constructs had sealed the main gates. No one was leaving. Tayuya's genjutsu, amplified through her flute and enhanced by Doom's seal-augmented instrument, had put 3 entire blocks of shinobi into a trance state where they sat down, placed their weapons on the ground, and waited quietly to be processed. Kidomaru had webbed the Hyuga compound from the outside, sealing the Byakugan users inside their own estate. His arrows pinned anyone who tried to break through a window to the nearest wall. Non-lethally. Doom had been very specific. The Hyuga bloodline was valuable. Damage was to be minimized. The Inuzuka clan had let their dogs loose. 30 war dogs charged a Doombot platoon. The Doombots, which had been programmed to counter canine-based attack patterns, deployed subsonic frequencies from their faceplates that sent every dog in the district into a whimpering retreat. Kiba Inuzuka watched his partner Akamaru tuck tail and run. "Akamaru, what? Come back!" A Doombot turned to face him. Its faceplate opened, revealing a speaker grill. Citizen, you are advised to surrender. Resistance will result in non-lethal incapacitation. Lord Doom requires your cooperation. Lord Doom can kiss my... The Doombot fired a stun pulse. Kiba dropped like a sack of rice. Akamaru barked once from 3 blocks away and then went quiet. Shikamaru Nara was hiding in a drainage pipe with Choji and Ino. This is bad, Shikamaru said. That's your analysis? Ino hissed. The village is on fire and you say this is bad? Okay, this is very bad. Better? Shikamaru, quiet. He held up a hand. His eyes were closed. He was thinking. Running scenarios. The Doombots used chakra plasma weapons and stolen jutsu. They had numerical superiority. They had air control. Their commander was powerful enough to tank the 8th gate and collar 2 of the village's strongest fighters. Scenario analysis. Direct combat. Fail. Guerrilla resistance. Possible but unsustainable. Escape. Blocked. Negotiation. We surrender, Shikamaru said. What? We surrender, Ino. We play along. We survive. We wait. And when the time comes, if it comes, we act from the inside. Choji was eating chips nervously. Shikamaru, you think there'll be a right time? Shikamaru looked through the drainage grate at the sky, at the green glow of Doom's armor high above the village. I don't know, he admitted. But dying today won't help anyone. They crawled out of the pipe with their hands up. The Doombots processed them quietly. No roughness, no threats, just calm, mechanical efficiency. That was almost worse. Across the village, pockets of resistance flickered and died. The Anbu fought the hardest. 3 squads launched a coordinated assault on a Titan-class Doombot near the Hokage Tower. They used explosive tags, assassination techniques, and a combined forbidden jutsu that had been locked away since the Second War. The Titan-class bot lost 1 arm. Then its backup systems activated. The arm regenerated from a nanite repair seal, and it flattened the entire block. Danzo Shimura watched from the shadows of Root's underground headquarters. His single eye, the real one, tracked the battle through surveillance seals. His operatives were ready. 60 Root Anbu, armed, conditioned, loyal to him alone. Danzo reached for his bandaged arm. Beneath the wrappings, a row of Sharingan eyes gleamed. He could fight. He could deploy Root. He could activate the Izanagi chain and buy himself enough time to... A voice echoed through the underground chamber, through the walls, through the stone. Every Root operative froze. Doom knows you are there. Doom knows about the eyes beneath your bandages. Doom knows about Root. Doom knows everything Hiruzen knew, because Doom took it from him. Danzo's blood went cold. You have 30 seconds to surrender your forces and your stolen Sharingan. In exchange, Doom will allow you to live as a resource. And if I refuse, then Doom will come down there, and Doom will take them. 20 seconds. Danzo looked at his operatives. 60 warriors who would die on his command, who had been conditioned since childhood to obey. He could send them. It would be a bloodbath. But maybe one of them could. A Doombot head dropped through the ceiling vent and landed on the table in front of him. Its faceplate was still glowing. A tiny speaker inside crackled. 10 seconds. That was my response timer test unit. The voice continued from everywhere and nowhere. The next object Doom drops through that vent will not be mechanical. Danzo unwrapped his arm, slowly. Doom, he said, and the word tasted like ash in his mouth, accepts this arrangement. Doom knows. The battle for Konoha lasted 3 hours and 17 minutes. By the end, the village was subdued. Fires were being controlled. Doom's Doombots had switched from combat mode to emergency response mode the moment active resistance ceased. They were putting out fires, stabilizing buildings, providing medical attention to wounded civilians and shinobi alike. It was deeply, profoundly disorienting. An old woman in the market district watched a Doombot carefully remove a fallen beam from a collapsed stall and stack it neatly to the side. The same machine that had been firing plasma blasts an hour ago was now doing the work of a construction team. What is happening? She whispered. A Doombot turned to her. Its faceplate speaker activated. Lord Doom does not destroy that which can be improved. You are a citizen of Latveria now. Your safety is Doom's responsibility. The old woman sat down on a piece of rubble and cried. She was not sure why. Fear, relief, confusion, it was all mixed together. In the center of the village, where the main avenue met the Academy Plaza, Doom had landed. He stood in the exact center of the street, green cloak still, iron mask catching the light of the dying fires. Behind him, Kakashi and Guy stood at silent attention, collared, green-eyed, hands at their sides. The Latverian team flanked the avenue. Doombots lined the rooftops in perfect rows. Konoha's surviving shinobi had been herded to the plaza. Hundreds of them, some wounded, some carrying unconscious comrades, all of them staring at the armored figure in the middle of their broken village. Iruka Umino stood in the front row. He had a gash across his forehead and dried blood on his vest. His hands were trembling. He was looking at the mask, at the green cloak, at the blonde hair visible at the back of the neck where the helmet didn't quite cover. "No," he whispered, "it can't be." Doom surveyed the crowd. His armor's sensors read their vital signs. Elevated heart rates, cortisol spikes, the biochemical signature of absolute terror. Good. Terror was useful, but only as a tool. Sustained terror bred rebellion. What Doom needed was something more durable. He needed respect. "People of Konoha," he said. His voice was amplified by the armored speakers, carrying across the plaza, echoing off the damaged buildings. "Your village has fallen. Your Hokage is dead. Your strongest warrior served Doom." Murmurs, gasps, a woman sobbed. But Doom did not come here to destroy you. Destruction is easy. Any fool with enough explosive tags can burn a village. Doom came to correct you. He began to walk, slowly, through the crowd. People parted before him like water before a ship. Your system is broken. Your nations wage endless wars over borders drawn by dead men. Your children are trained to kill before they learn to read. Your clans hoard power like dragons sitting on gold, too paranoid to share, too proud to cooperate. And at the center of it all, men like Danzo Shimura plant seeds of betrayal in the dark, while men like Hiruzen Sarutobi pretend the garden is clean. He stopped, turned, faced the crowd. Doom will fix this. Every village, every nation, every broken, bleeding corner of this world will be brought to order, under one rule, one law, one will. He raised his gauntlet. The fires behind him, the ones still burning at the edges of the village, pulled back, contracted, died, as if the flames themselves obeyed his command. All hope lies in Doom. Silence, absolute, total silence. Then, from the back of the crowd, a voice. "You monster!" Sasuke Uchiha burst through the crowd. He was battered, bleeding from a cut above his eye. His clan's crest was torn from his shirt. His Sharingan was blazing, two tomoe in each eye, spinning with fury and grief and a hatred so pure it was almost beautiful. He charged straight at Doom, hand crackling with lightning. A half-formed Chidori, taught to him by a Kakashi who had not yet been collared, powered by rage and desperation. "You killed the Hokage! You took my village! I'll kill you!" He thrust the Chidori forward. Aiming for the mask, Doom caught his wrist. One hand, iron fingers closing around the Uchiha's forearm. The Chidori sputtered against Doom's palm and died, the armor's seals absorbing the lightning chakra like a sponge. Sasuke's eyes went wide. His arm wouldn't move. The grip was absolute. "You are arrogant, Uchiha," Doom said. He sounded almost bored. "It is a trait Doom would admire if it were backed by anything of substance. Let go of me." "But your eyes." Doom lifted Sasuke by the wrist, raising him off the ground. The boy kicked, struggled. "They have utility." Doom's free hand came up. The gauntlet's index finger and thumb glowed green, a precise, targeted medical sorcery extraction seal, designed to remove biological material with zero wasted tissue. "Wait." Doom pressed the glowing fingers against Sasuke's left eye. The extraction took 4 seconds. Sasuke screamed. The sound cut through the plaza like a blade. Every person watching flinched. Some looked away. Most couldn't. The Sharingan came free, a perfect, intact orb of red and black, suspended in a field of green energy between Doom's fingers. He examined it for half a second, then deposited it into a stasis seal on his gauntlet's forearm panel. He repeated the process with the right eye. Sasuke screamed again, louder, rawer. A scream that would echo in the nightmares of everyone present for years. 2 Sharingan. Perfect. Intact. Filed. Doom released the boy's wrist. Sasuke dropped, hit the ground. His hands went to his face, to the empty, bleeding sockets where the pride of the Uchiha clan had been. Blood poured through his fingers. He screamed and screamed and screamed. Doom looked down at him. "Your brother took everything from you once," he said. "Now Doom has taken what was left. The difference between Doom and Itachi is that Doom will actually use these eyes for something meaningful. He stepped over Sasuke's writhing body. His cloak brushed the boy's shoulder. He did not look back. In the crowd, Sakura Haruno was trying to push through to Sasuke. Ino was holding her back. Both of them were crying. Iruka had his hand over his mouth. Shikamaru's face was blank, completely blank, because if he let himself feel anything right now, he would break. Hinata Hyuga, standing in the crowd with her clan, watched the armored figure walk away from the blinded Uchiha. Her Byakugan was active. She could see the chakra flowing through Doom's armor, a network of such staggering complexity that it looked like a galaxy compressed into human form. She could also see his face through the mask, the whisker marks, the green eyes that used to be blue. Her heart stopped. Naruto-kun, she breathed. Nobody heard her. Doom returned to the center of the plaza. He turned to face the crowd one last time. Konoha will be administered by Latverian governance effective immediately. Civilian infrastructure will be restored within 72 hours. Military assets will be reorganized under Doom's command structure. Clan compounds will maintain internal autonomy provided they comply with Latverian law. He paused. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so. Doom does not rule through cages. He rules through competence. When you see what Latveria builds, you will choose to stay. They always do. He raised his gauntlet. A holographic projection flickered to life above his palm, a map of the elemental nations. 5 great villages, dozens of smaller ones, all connected by trade routes and bordered by contested territories. This map will change, Doom said. Within 5 years, every border on this map will be redrawn. Every village will answer to Latveria. Every war will end. Every child will be educated. Every person will be fed. He closed his fist. The map collapsed. Doom has spoken. He turned, walked to the spot where the Hokage monument loomed overhead, cracked, battered, but still standing. 4 stone faces. Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato. Doom looked up at his father's face. He said nothing. A Doombot approached. In its hands it carried a banner, dark green, emblazoned with Latveria's crest in silver. The bot drove the banner's spike into the ground at the base of the monument. The flag unfurled, green and silver, catching the wind. Doom stood before it. Kakashi and Guy behind him, silent and collared. His army arrayed across the village, his cloak billowing. In the weeks that followed, the world learned Latveria's version of order looked like. Konoha, renamed the Latverian Capital District, was rebuilt faster than anyone believed possible. Doombots worked 24 hours a day. They cleared rubble, repaved roads, reinforced buildings, and installed infrastructure that the old village had never dreamed of. Running water to every home. Electricity, yes, electricity, powered by chakra conversion generators of Doom's design, lighting every street. A communication network that connected every district through sealed relay towers. The hospital was tripled in size. Kabuto, operating under Doom's direct supervision, implemented medical protocols that cut mortality rates in half within the first month. Chakra scanning diagnostic tools, automated surgical assistants, medicines synthesized from combinations of herbs and chemical compounds that no medicine had ever conceived of. The academy was gutted and rebuilt. The new curriculum included advanced chakra theory, basic engineering, political science, economics, medical training, and combat instruction. Graduation age was raised to 16. Students who showed aptitude for specific fields were channeled into specialized tracks. The era of 12-year-old child soldiers was over. Clan autonomy was maintained, with conditions. The Hyuga's branch family seal was outlawed. Doom had taken one look at the caged bird seal and called it the crude work of men who fear their own family. He replaced it with a Latverian loyalty seal that protected clan secrets without enslaving clan members. The Hyuga elders resisted. Briefly, Doom invited them to a meeting, presented his proposal. They refused. He presented it again with 2 Titan-class Doombots standing behind him. They accepted. Neji Hyuga, the branch family prodigy who had spent his entire life with a slave mark on his forehead, felt the seal dissolve. The burning on his skin stopped. The brand faded. He stood in the mirror and touched his unmarked forehead and wept. He would never admit it. But from that day forward, Neji served Latveria with a loyalty that had nothing to do with control collars. Hinata watched from the compound garden. She had activated her Byakugan to observe the seal removal from a distance. The technique Doom had used was elegant, layers of fuinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and something else. Something mystical. Something from another world. She was fascinated and terrified, and something else she was trying very hard to name. News spread across the elemental nations like wildfire. Konoha had fallen. The third Hokage was dead. The Otokage, a mysterious armored figure who called himself Doom, had conquered the strongest hidden village in a single afternoon and was now rebuilding it into something unrecognizable. The reactions were varied and immediate. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage was found dead in a ditch, killed by Orochimaru weeks ago, his body already decomposing. The Sand Village was in chaos. Their Jinchuriki had been defeated in the exams. Their alliance with Sound had been hijacked. Their leader was a corpse. The council convened emergency sessions that accomplished nothing. Doom sent an envoy, a single Doombot carrying a scroll. The scroll read, Sunagakure may join Latveria willingly and receive full economic integration, military protection, and technological advancement. Or Sunagakure may resist and receive an army. Doom is patient, but not indefinitely. The Sand Council debated for 3 days. Then they signed. Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, reacted differently. The fourth Raikage A slammed his fist through his desk when he heard the news. Some masked brat took Konoha? His advisors flinched. Gather the army. Every last shinobi. We're marching on. Raikage-sama. His right hand Darui spoke carefully. Intel reports say this Doom has an army of machines that use jutsu. He defeated the 8th gate. He captured Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. And he took the village in 3 hours. I stared at Darui. His fist was still embedded in the desk. 3 hours? 3 hours. I pulled his fist from the ruined desk, sat back down, breathed. Get me everything we have on this Doom. Everything. And double the border patrols. Kirigakure, still recovering from the bloody mist era under the new Mizukage Terumi, received the news with grim resignation. Another warlord, Mei sighed, as if the world needed more. This one's different, Mizukage-sama, Ao reported, Byakugan active behind his eye patch. His technology alone is decades ahead of anything in the shinobi world. And his sorcery, I've never seen chakra signatures like the ones in these reports. What does he want? Everything, from the look of it. Mei drummed her fingers on the desk. Then we prepare, and we pray he comes to the table before he comes to the gates. Iwagakure, under the ancient Shikage Onoki, took the most aggressive stance. That boy, Onoki growled, hovering above his chair because his back hurt too much to sit, has Namikaze blood. I can smell it. Namikaze? His granddaughter Kurotsuchi raised an eyebrow. As in the fourth Hokage? The yellow flash's son was the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Everyone knew it. No one said it. Onoki's eyes were hard. And now that boy has an army. If he's anything like his father. He trailed off. He remembered the Third War. He remembered the flash of yellow light and the sound of Iwa shinobi dying by the hundreds. Prepare the explosion core, he said, and contact Kumo. If this Doom wants a war, he'll get one. The war never came, because Doom did not give them time to prepare. Within 3 months of taking Konoha, Doom had consolidated control over Fire Country, Wind Country, and half the smaller nations between them. Some joined willingly, attracted by the economic miracles happening in Latverian territories. Some were persuaded by demonstrations of force that never quite crossed the line into full invasion. The famous encounter with the Land of Iron was typical of Doom's approach. The samurai nation had refused all diplomatic contact. Mifune, the legendary samurai general, had declared that the Land of Iron would remain neutral and independent. Doom respected that. For exactly 1 week. Then he appeared in the sky above the Land of Iron's capital. Alone, without his army, floating in his armor with his cloak snapping in the mountain wind, he landed in the central courtyard. 300 samurai surrounded him, swords drawn, formation perfect. Doom looked at them, at the castle, at the mountain, at the ancient, proud warrior culture that had stood independent for centuries. Mifune, Doom called, come out and speak with Doom, or Doom will come in and speak with your successor. Mifune came out. He was old, scarred, steady. His hand rested on Kurosawa, his legendary blade. You have nerve, Otokage, Mifune said, coming here alone. Doom is never alone, Doom replied. Doom is accompanied by the most dangerous mind in this world. That is sufficient. They talked for 6 hours. Behind closed doors, nobody knew what was said. When Doom left, the Land of Iron was a Latverian ally. Mifune personally escorted him to the border. The samurai general looked 10 years older. "What did he say to you?" his lieutenant asked later. Mifune stared into the distance. "He showed me the future, every path, every possibility, every way the world could go. And in every future where Doom rules, there is peace. And the ones where he doesn't?" Mifune did not answer. He sheathed his sword and walked away. The Akatsuki noticed. Of course they noticed. A new player had appeared on the board, a player who was actively collecting Jinchuriki chakra. Shukaku's energy had been extracted from Gaara during the Chunin exams, and was now stored in Doom's vault, conquering nations and demonstrating power that rivaled anything in their organization. Pain convened a meeting. All members present via holographic projection. The entity known as Doom has conquered Konoha, absorbed Suna, and is expanding into neutral territories, Pain said. His Rinnegan eyes glowed in the darkness. He possesses technology and sorcery we do not fully understand. He has killed Orochimaru and the third Hokage. He commands an army of autonomous machines. Sounds fun, Hiden said, grinning. Can I sacrifice him to Jashin? You would die, Kakuzu said flatly. So, I'm immortal. He extracts souls, think about that. Hiden's grin faltered. Itachi Uchiha said nothing. He stood in the back of the projection, Sharingan passive, face unreadable. But behind the calm exterior, something was churning. He had heard the reports. The Otokage had taken Sasuke's eyes, had blinded his little brother. The brother he had sacrificed everything to protect. Itachi's hands curled into fists beneath his cloak. Just barely. Just for a moment. Doom must be dealt with, Pain declared. He is disrupting our timeline. Kasame Itachi, I am reassigning you. Your target is no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kasame raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what is our target? Doom himself. Kasame's shark-like grin widened. Now that's more like it. Itachi remained silent. They came at night. Kasame and Itachi. Two S-rank missing nin at the peak of their power, moving through the forest surrounding the Latverian capital like shadows. They made it past the outer sensor perimeter. Past the first ring of patrolled Doombots. Past the second ring. The forest gave way to cleared land, and the capital, once Konoha, now transformed, spread before them. Lit by electric lights, humming with energy, clean, ordered, alien, they reached the outer wall. A voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, you are expected. They froze, the wall before them open. A doorway, lit from within by green light. Please, the voice continued, come in. Doom so rarely receives guests worthy of his attention. Kisame looked at Itachi. Itachi looked at the doorway. It's a trap, Kisame said. Obviously. Want to spring it? Yes. They walked through. The corridor led them deep into the fortress. The structure built over the Hokage Tower's foundations, expanded, armored, sealed. The walls were metal. The floors hummed. Screens displayed data, troop movements, energy levels, weather patterns, intercepted communications from every village on the continent. They arrived in a throne room. Doom sat on his iron throne. One leg crossed over the other. Gauntlet resting on the armrest, green cloak draped. The mask's eye slits glowed. Behind him, 7 Doombots stood in a semicircle. Kakashi and Guy flanked the throne, armored, collared, green-eyed. Welcome, Doom said. Kasame whistled. Nice place, very evil overlord. I like it. You find humor in your situation, Doom observed. Good. Doom appreciates those who face their end with dignity. Itachi spoke. His voice was quiet, controlled. You took my brother's eyes. Doom took what was useful. Your brother was wasting those eyes on tantrums and vengeance fantasies. Itachi's Sharingan activated. 3 Tomoe in each eye. Then they shifted. The pattern changed. The Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed, 3 curved blades radiating from the pupil. Return them, Itachi said. Doom does not return what is claimed. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Itachi's killing intent rolled off him like a physical wave. The Doombots registered the spike and shifted to combat stance. Kasame unwrapped Samahada. The sentient sword squirmed with excitement, scales bristling, mouth opening in its bandaged face. I've been wanting to fight something fun for months, Kisame said. You look fun. Doom is many things, Doom replied. He rose from the throne. Fun is subjective. Itachi moved first. Tsukuyomi. His left eye pulsed, the most powerful genjutsu in existence, a technique that compressed 72 hours of psychological torture into a single second. It targeted the victim's consciousness directly through eye contact. It was inescapable, unbreakable, absolute. The red and black world materialized. Doom stood on a featureless plain beneath a crimson moon. Itachi appeared before him. In this world, Itachi said, I control everything. Time, space, perception. You will experience 3 days of agony in a single moment. Doom looked around, at the crimson sky, at the infinite plain, at the illusion that Itachi Uchiha believed was unbreakable. Fascinating, Doom said. A pocket dimension generated by ocular chakra, sustained by the user's willpower and anchored to the target's consciousness. He raised his gauntlet. Doom has destroyed pocket dimensions before. Flames of the Faltine. Green fire erupted from his hand. It was not chakra. It was not natural flame. It was dimensional fire. The flames that burned between realities, that consumed the very fabric of illusion. The crimson world cracked, fractured, shattered like glass. Itachi staggered in the real world. Blood dripped from his left eye. He had never in his entire life had the Tsukuyomi broken. By anyone. He blinked. The room swam back into focus. Doom was still standing, unmarked, unfazed. A fine technique, Doom acknowledged. In the hands of a master, it could reshape minds. In your hands, it is merely painful. Kisame attacked. Water style. Super Shark Bomb. A massive shark made of compressed water chakra launched from Samahata, 30 feet long, jaws wide, designed to absorb and grow stronger from any chakra-based counterattack. Doom raised both hands, bolts of Balthak. The twin beams of magical energy hit the water shark, and since they were magical, sorcerous, fundamentally different from chakra, the shark could absorb nothing. The beams punched through the water construct and hit Kasame in the chest. The Akatsuki member flew backward, hit the wall, cratered it, slid down. Ow, Kisame said, coughing blood. Then he grinned. Okay, that hurt. More. He surged to his feet and charged. Samahata swung, a massive, crushing overhead strike. Doom sidestepped. The sword hit the floor and shaved through 3 feet of reinforced metal. Doom caught Kasame's extended arm, twisted, threw the man across the throne room with a single motion. Enhanced by the armor's hydraulic strength multipliers, Kasame bounced off the far wall, rolled, came up laughing. You're strong! Finally, someone who can actually... Crimson bands of Cedarak. Red chains materialized and wrapped around Kasame mid-sentence. They constricted. He struggled. Samahata screamed. Doom is bored of this, Doom said. He turned back to Itachi. The Uchiha prodigy was already moving. Shuriken, shadow cloned into hundreds, filled the air. Itachi's hands blurred through seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A fireball the size of a building roared toward Doom. The shuriken rode its wake, superheated, screaming. Doom walked through it. The armor absorbed the fire. The shuriken bounced off the energy field. Doom emerged from the inferno untouched. Amaterasu. Itachi's right eye bled. Black fire. The flames that burned everything, that never went out, that were described as the fire of the sun goddess herself, erupted across Doom's armor. For one heartbeat, they burned. Then, Doom's seals activated. A spatial displacement array that shunted the Amaterasu flames into a containment dimension, folding the black fire into a pocket of space-time no larger than a rice grain and sealing it. He pocketed the seal tag. The Amaterasu, Doom said. Doom has studied its properties extensively. An unquenchable flame tied to the user's visual cortex. Quite impressive, and now quite useful. He had just stolen Amaterasu. Itachi's remaining eye widened. The blood was streaming from both eyes now. The Manjikyo's toll was savage. You can't. Doom can. Doom did. Doom closed the distance. 1 step, 2, 3. He was in front of Itachi. You are dying, Itachi Uchiha. Your disease is consuming you. Your eyes are failing. You have at best months to live, and you spend those months in an organization of criminals, pretending to be a villain, protecting a brother who has already lost everything you sacrificed for. Itachi said nothing. His face was a mask, but his eyes, God, his eyes told the whole story. Doom offers you a choice, Doom said. Die here now as a miserable spy whose sacrifice meant nothing, or serve Doom and see your brother protected, healed, and given a life worth living. You blinded him. Doom removed weapons from a child who was aiming them at his own grave. The eyes will be returned, enhanced, improved, when the Uchiha has proven he can wield them without self-destructing. And why should I trust you? Because Doom does not lie. Doom has never lied. Doom finds deception beneath him. When Doom says a thing, it is truth. This is the only promise that matters. Silence. Kasame, still wrapped in red chains on the other side of the room, cleared his throat. I hate to interrupt the dramatic moment, but these chains are really tight. Like, really tight. I think my spleen is... Silence, fishman. Okay. Itachi looked at Doom. His Mangekyo faded, his Sharingan deactivated. His eyes, dark, exhausted, filled with a lifetime of grief, met the green glow behind the iron mask. If you harm Sasuke, Itachi said slowly, there will be nowhere in any dimension where you are safe from me. Doom acknowledges your threat, Doom replied, and finds it almost adorable. Itachi's eye twitched. But Doom accepts your terms. Your brother will be treated. Your disease will be cured. In exchange, your mind and your abilities belong to Latveria. Agreed. Wonderful. Doom turned. Kabuto, prepare a medical suite and release the fish. From a hidden speaker, Kabuto's voice. At once, Lord Doom. The chains around Kasame dissolved. He fell to the ground, rubbing his sides. That was unpleasant. Are we allies now? Because I could use a drink. You are a prisoner, Doom said. Close enough. Itachi's disease was cured in 9 days. Doom's medical seals, combined with Kabuto's surgical expertise and a regeneration formula derived from Hashirama Senju's cells, rebuilt the Uchiha's body from the cellular level. His lungs cleared, his muscle mass returned, his eyes, his natural eyes, not the Mangekyo, stabilized and strengthened. Itachi woke up on the 10th day feeling better than he had in years. The room was clean. The bed was comfortable. A Doombot stood in the corner, holding a tray of food. Lord Doom requests your presence at your earliest convenience, the bot said. Also, your brother has been relocated to a care facility and is receiving ocular reconstruction. He is unhappy about it. Itachi almost smiled. Almost. He got up, ate, dressed in the dark Latverian uniform laid out for him. He looked in the mirror. The face staring back was younger, healthier. The bags under his eyes were gone. The gauntness was gone. He looked like the boy he had been before the massacre. Before everything. You owe him nothing, he told his reflection, but the reflection did not agree. Sasuke's reconstruction took longer. Doom had designed a pair of synthetic Sharingan, artificial eyes built from a combination of Uchiha genetic material, cybernetic optics, and sealed chakra crystal lenses. They were better than the originals. Wider visual range, faster tracking speed, Mangekyo patterns accessible through controlled activation seals rather than emotional trauma. Sasuke hated them. He hated Doom. He hated Latveria. He hated the clean room and the competent doctors and the fact that someone had left flowers by his bed. He raged and screamed and broke equipment. Then his brother walked in. Sasuke went still. Nissan? Hello, Sasuke. Their conversation lasted 4 hours. At the end of it, Sasuke was crying. Itachi was not, but only because Itachi had spent his entire life learning to suppress things that would kill most people. What was said between them stayed between them. But when Sasuke emerged from the room, his synthetic eyes were dry and his face was calm. He walked to the nearest Doombot and said, "Take me to Doom, the throne room." Again, Sasuke knelt. He did not want to. Every fiber of his being screamed against it. But his brother had explained things. The massacre, the truth about the Uchiha coup, Danzo, the elders, the impossible choice, and the fact that Doom, the armored tyrant who had taken his eyes and his village, had given Itachi back his health and Sasuke back his sight. Doom does not require your love, Uchiha, Doom said from the throne. Doom requires your competence. You are talented, misguided and emotionally fragile, but talented. Under Doom's mentorship, you will become something the Uchiha clan would have been proud of. I don't need your mentorship. You attempted to kill Doom with a half-formed technique while bleeding from a head wound. You need mentorship. Sasuke's jaw clenched. Fine. Good. Report to Training Ground 7 at dawn. Kimimaro will oversee your integration. Sasuke stood, turned, walked 3 steps. One more thing, Uchiha. He stopped. If you betray Doom, Doom will not take your eyes again. Doom will take your brother, and this time there will be nothing left to cure. Sasuke's fists clenched, his whole body trembled. He walked out without a word. The months continued. The world reshaped itself around Doom's will. The Akatsuki, deprived of Itachi and Kasame, reorganized. Pain sent Deidara and Sasori to test Latveria's defenses. They attacked a border outpost. Deidara launched his signature explosive clay, a C3 detonation that could level a city block. 12 Doombots intercepted the explosive in midair. contained it within a combined force field, and detonated it harmlessly in the upper atmosphere. The explosion lit up the sky for 30 miles. Deidara stared. "That was my masterpiece, my art." "Your art was adequate," a Doombot said through its speaker. "Lord Doom rates it a 4 out of 10. 4? The blast radius was impressive, but the chakra efficiency was poor. Lord Doom's own explosive seals achieved similar damage at 1/3 the chakra cost. Deidara's face turned purple. Sasori, standing behind him, actually chuckled, a dry, wooden puppet master's chuckle. "The machine has a point." "It does not have a point. Art is an explosion. And your explosion was contained, which makes your art a failure?" Deidara screamed. Actually screamed, like a child told his drawing was ugly. The Doombots opened fire. Deidara and Sasori retreated. They made it out alive, barely, trailing clay dust and wounded pride. Pain received their report in silence. Then he stood from his chair in the Omegakure Tower. "Doom comes for me next," he said, "or I go to him." "Leader Sama," Conan began, "prepare the 6 paths, all of them." Conan's amber eyes flickered. "You mean to fight him yourself?" "I mean to end this." She looked at him, at the man behind the Rinnegan, at the boy she had known as Yahiko's dream. "Then I'm coming with you," she said. Pain looked at her. For the briefest moment, something human flickered behind the ringed eyes. "Very well." They came from the sky. 6 bodies. The 6 paths of pain. Each one a weapon, each one a corpse reanimated by Nagato's will, channeled through the black receivers embedded in their flesh. The Deva path led the descent. Orange hair whipping in the wind. Rinnegan blazing. Arms spread. Behind them, filling the sky like a cloud of paper butterflies, Conan's 600 billion explosive tags, compressed into origami forms, each one a potential detonation, floated in formation. It was beautiful and terrifying, like watching a natural disaster that had learned to think. They hit the Latverian border at dawn. The alarm systems activated. Doombots scrambled. Defense barriers powered up. The capital went to combat readiness in 45 seconds. Doom was already in the air. He floated above the capital, green cloak spread, mask catching the first light of the rising sun. Below him, the city hummed with energy. His people, and they were his people now, moved to shelters with practiced efficiency. Pain of the Akatsuki, Doom's voice carried across the miles, amplified by sorcery. Nagato Uzumaki, Doom knows your real name. Doom knows your real face. Doom knows you are hiding in a paper angel's arms, miles from here, using corpses as puppets. In the hidden location behind the assault force, Nagato, the real Nagato, emaciated, strapped into his mechanical walker, red hair hanging in his face, flinched. "He knows," Conan whispered. "It doesn't matter," Nagato rasped. "The power of a god cannot be defeated by technology." "Doom would argue," Doom's voice replied, and this time it came from a tiny speaker that a Doombot had planted on Nagato's walker 3 days ago, because of course Doom had known about the attack in advance, that it depends entirely on the god. Nagato's eyes went wide. The battle began. The Deva path raised its hand. "Almighty push!" A wave of gravitational force, the Shinra Tensei, the technique that could flatten a village, erupted toward Doom. Doom raised both gauntlets. Gravitational countermeasure seal, absolute anchor. His armor's seals generated an equal and opposite gravitational force. The 2 waves collided in midair. The shock wave flattened a kilometer of forest between them. Trees uprooted. Rocks pulverized. The ground cracked. Draw, the animal path summoned. A massive dog, a bird, a chameleon, a rhino, a bull. All charging, all massive, all nearly indestructible. Doombot Division 7, engage summoned entities. Heavy arms authorized. 12 Doombots rose from the capital and intercepted. They used combined jutsu, earth-style walls to slow the summons, lightning-style to stun them, water-style to blind them, and then concentrated plasma fire to drive them back. The battle was mechanical, efficient, devastating. The Asura path extended its limbs, mechanical arms, missile launchers, weaponized augmentations. It fired a barrage of chakra missiles at Doom's position. "Pathetic," Doom said. He swiped a gauntlet. A force field deflected every missile into the sky, where they detonated harmlessly. "Your Asura path is a crude mimicry of cybernetic augmentation," Doom told Pain, a child's toy next to Doom's engineering. The Preta path moved in. Its ability to absorb chakra from any technique activated as it lunged for Doom. Doom let it grab him. The Preta path's hands closed on the armor and began absorbing. Chakra flooded in. and immediately the path's body began to shake. Overload. Doom's armor contained more chakra than the Preta path could process. The feedback loop fried the black receivers. The path collapsed, smoking, sparking, ruined. One down, Doom said. The human path tried to read Doom's mind through physical contact. It managed to touch the mask. Its hand disintegrated. The mask's defensive seals activated on contact, a mimetic hazard seal that attacked any foreign consciousness attempting to interface with Doom's mind. The human path screamed as its brain, Nagato's proxy consciousness, was flooded with a counter-invasion of green fire. 2. The Naraka path attempted to use the King of Hell to restore the fallen paths. The spectral entity rose from the ground, massive, terrifying, jaws agape. Doom pointed at it. Doom has already bound one death entity today. Yours is weaker. Chains of Kraken. The green chains wrapped the King of Hell, dragged it down. Sealed it. Gone. 3. Conan attacked. 600 billion paper bombs released simultaneously. The sky turned white. The air burned. The detonation was measured in megatons. The ground vaporized. The shockwave could be felt in 3 countries. When the light faded, the landscape was a crater, flat, glassed. Smoking, Doom stood at the center. His force field flickered, cracked, nearly spent. But he was standing. Impressive volume, Doom acknowledged. Doom respects the preparation required. However, he regenerated the force field in 3 seconds. The armor's reserve seals activated, replenishing the barrier from stored energy. Volume alone is meaningless without the ability to sustain it. Conan was out of bombs. She hovered on paper wings, breathing hard, staring at the untouched figure in the crater. How? She whispered. The Diva path, the strongest path, the one carrying the bulk of Nagato's power, floated to the center of the sky. It raised both hands. Planetary devastation. A black sphere erupted from its palms, a core of gravitational singularity that pulled everything toward it. Earth, rock, trees, water, buildings, air itself. The sphere grew as debris compressed around it, forming a massive planetoid of rock and destruction that blotted out the sun, the technique that had imprisoned the 10 tails. The technique that could create moons. Doom looked up at it. Magnificent, he said softly. Truly the work of a god. Then he raised both gauntlets. But Doom is the god who kills gods. Every seal on his armor ignited simultaneously. The green light was blinding. The energy output spiked beyond anything the battlefield had seen. Forbidden technique, Doom's absolution. A beam of combined sorcery and chakra, unified, seamless, a single weapon system firing on all cylinders, erupted from Doom's palms and hit the planetary devastation head-on. The planetoid stopped growing. The gravitational core fluctuated. The beam punched through the rock, through the compression layer, through the singularity itself, and the entire structure detonated outward. Chunks of rock the size of houses rained down. Doombot shot them out of the sky. The Diva path fell, crashed into the glassed earth. Its renegade flickered. Doom descended, landed beside the fallen path, looked down at it. Your god is tired, Nagato, Doom said. His puppets are broken. His tricks are spent, and Doom is still standing. Miles away, in the hidden chamber, Nagato coughed blood. His body was failing. The chakra expenditure of controlling 6 paths plus the planetary devastation had pushed him past every limit. He looked at Conan. She looked at him. I'm sorry, he whispered. I couldn't. A green portal opened in the chamber wall. Doom stepped through. Nagato's eyes went wide. You? The Hiraishin, Doom said. Doom's version. Faster, more accurate, less flashy than the 4th Hokage's, but then Doom does not need a dramatic entrance. He looked at Nagato, really looked, at the emaciated body, the mechanical walker, the red hair, the renegade, and for a moment, just a moment, the green light behind the mask softened. You are an Uzumaki, Doom said. Nagato stared. What does that? It means you are family. Doom's voice was quiet, almost human. The Uzumaki clan was scattered, destroyed, forgotten. You carry their blood, their eyes, their pain. He stepped closer. Doom was born Naruto Uzumaki, the last known survivor of the clan, or so he believed. Finding you changes things. Conan moved to intercept, paper hardening into blades. Doom glanced at her. The blades dissolved. Doom does not wish to fight you, Nagato. Doom wishes to heal you, to restore the Uzumaki legacy, to build something that outlasts both of us. And if I refuse, then you die here, in this chair, remembered as a terrorist who called himself a god and accomplished nothing. Or you join Doom and your dream of peace, Yehiko's dream becomes real. The name hit Nagato like a physical blow. Yehiko, the friend he had lost. The dream he had been chasing through corpses and pain and delusion. You know about Yehiko? Doom knows everything, Nagato. Doom took Jiraiya's student files from Konoha's archives. Doom knows about the 3 orphans of Amegakure. Doom knows about Hanzo's betrayal. Doom knows that every crime you have committed since then has been a desperate, furious attempt to make Yahiko's death mean something. Silence. Doom offers you something better than meaning. Doom offers you results. Nagato looked at his hands, skeletal, wasted, the hands of a dying man who had used the power of God to accomplish nothing but misery. He looked at Konan. She looked back. Her amber eyes were wet. She nodded, just barely. Nagato closed his eyes, opened them. What would you have me do? Rest, Doom said. Heal. And when you are strong enough, rule at Doom's side, as an Uzumaki should. He extended his gauntlet. Nagato took it. Within 6 months, the elemental nations were unrecognizable. The 5 great villages were 3. Konoha and Suna were fully integrated into Latveria. Kiri had signed a non-aggression pact and was negotiating membership. Kumo and Iwa had formed a desperate alliance, the last holdouts against Doom's expanding empire. The Raikage and the Tsuchikage met in secret. They pooled their forces, combined their intelligence, prepared for a war that would decide the fate of the shinobi world. They had 15,000 soldiers. Elite Jonin, Anbu Black Ops, Jinchuriki, the 8 Tails and the 4 Tails respectively. Ancient techniques, forbidden weapons, Doom had the Doombots. Kimimaro, the collared Kakashi and Guy. The rehabilitated Itachi, the restored Nagato, the Edo Tensei, his sorcery, his technology, his mind. The war lasted 11 days. It was not a contest, it was a lesson. Day 1. Doom's advance force, 300 Doombots and Kimimaro, crossed the border into Lightning Country. The Kumo border defense collapsed in 4 hours. Day 3. The Raikage personally intercepted Doom above the battlefield. Slammed his lightning armor-clad fist into Doom's force field at maximum speed. The impact shattered the sound barrier. Doom grabbed the Raikage's fist. Your speed is commendable, he said. Your strategy is lacking. He threw the Raikage through a mountain. The mountain broke. Dragged himself from the rubble, bleeding, furious, and charged again. Doom fought the Raikage for 6 minutes. He absorbed every lightning technique, countered every speed blitz. And when A, exhausted and battered, dropped to one knee, Doom did not deliver the killing blow. You are a worthy warrior, Doom told him. Doom does not waste warriors. Submit and your village lives. Your people prosper. Your legacy survives. A spit blood. I don't kneel to children. Then kneel to results. Doom activated a holographic display. It showed the Latverian territories, the former Konoha, Suna, and their surrounding nations. Economic growth charts, education statistics, crime rates, civilian satisfaction surveys. Everything was up. Everything was better. I stared at the display, at the numbers, at the undeniable evidence that Doom's rule was producing results that no Kage in history had achieved. You're still a tyrant, I growled. Doom is many things, but the people fed by Doom's hand do not care what he is called. I looked at the display for a long time. He knelt. Day 7, Iwa fell. The Tsuchikage, old, proud, stubborn to the last, fought Doom with his dust release, the Keke Toda that disintegrated matter at the molecular level. He launched a detachment of the primitive world technique that turned a cubic kilometer of air into nothing. Doom teleported through the gap, appeared behind Onoki, placed a hand on the old man's back. Your spine is crumbling, Doom said. Your body is failing. You have fought for this village for 70 years, and it has given you nothing but pain. Don't you lecture me, boy. Doom will heal you, rebuild your spine, extend your life by decades. In exchange, you will advise Doom on matters of strategy and governance. Your experience is valuable. Doom does not waste value. Onoki's eyes burned. And Iwa? Iwa joins Latveria. Its people are protected. Its culture is preserved. Its military is integrated, and its Tsuchikage retires with the dignity he has earned. A long pause. Wind across the battlefield. Dust settling. You remind me of someone, Onoki muttered. Your father, maybe. Same arrogance, same certainty. Doom's father was a good man, Doom said, but a limited one. He saved a village. Doom will save the world. Onoki laughed. A dry, cracking old man's laugh. God help us all. Doom is the help. Onoki signed the surrender document that evening. Day 11. Kirigakure joined voluntarily. Mei Terumi walked into the Latvian embassy, sat down across from Doom and said, "I've seen the numbers. I've read the reports. My country is drowning in debt and civil unrest. You're offering stability. Doom offers more than stability. Doom offers purpose. And the catch? Latvian law, Latvian education, Latvian technology. Your Kekkei Genkai users will be registered and protected rather than hunted. Your shinobi will be trained to international standards. Your children will eat." Mei studied him. Her mismatched eyes, sharp, shrewd, experienced, searched the mask for deception. She found none, because there was none to find. "You know," she said, leaning back, "for a megalomaniacal dictator in a metal suit, you make a surprisingly compelling argument." Doom is aware of his persuasive qualities. Modest, too. Doom does not recognize the concept. She laughed, actually laughed. It was the first genuine laugh in the Latvian throne room in months. "Fine," she said. "Kiri joins, but I want a seat on whatever governing council you're building. Doom's council consists of Doom. Then build a bigger table." Doom looked at her for a long moment. Doom will consider it. The elemental nations were unified under Latveria within a year. Every village, every country, every border, one government, one military, one law, one name on every banner from the shores of water country to the mountains of earth country, Doom. The remaining Akatsuki were dealt with. Hadon was sealed in a containment vault, immortal, dismembered, shouting obscenities at the walls. Kakuzu was killed. His 5 hearts were extracted and studied. Zetsu, the white and black halves, were captured, analyzed, and revealed to be manifestations of a far older entity. Doom filed this under future threats and sealed both halves in separate dimensional pockets. Toby, the masked man, the real leader of the Akatsuki, did not reveal himself. He watched from the shadows as his organization was dismantled. He watched Doom's rise with something between fascination and fury. He would come. Eventually. With the Renegade's power, with the Gedo statue, with the plan to resurrect the Ten Tails and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. But that was for another day. Today, Doom sat on his throne in the capital of a united world. Around him, the machinery of governance hummed. Reports from every territory, economic data, military readiness, educational outcomes, infrastructure projects. Kakashi, the collar still on his neck, but his personality gradually returning as Doom's control shifted from domination to loyalty, stood at Doom's right side. His green eyes had faded to a dull emerald. He followed orders, but he followed them with his old slouch and his old eye smile. "You know," Kakashi said, reading a mission report, "if you take the collar off, I'd probably still follow you." Doom knows. Then why leave it on? Insurance. Fair. Guy stood at the left. His body was healed. Doom's medical seals had repaired the 8th gate damage, restoring the green beast to full health. He was still collared, still controlled, but his voice had crept back over the months. "Lord Doom," Guy said one morning. "What? When the collars come off, may I challenge Kakashi to a race?" Doom looked at him. The mask was unreadable as always. "When the collars come off," Doom said, "you may challenge whoever you wish." Guy's green eyes flickered. Just for a second. Something warm behind the mechanical glow. "Thank you, Lord Doom." Do not thank Doom. Doom simply recognizes that a motivated warrior is superior to a broken one. He paused. "Also, if you call it the springtime of youth one more time, the collar stays on permanently." Guy's mouth opened, closed, understood. In the medical wing, Sasuke trained with his synthetic Sharingan. The eyes were better than the originals, as Doom had promised. Faster, sharper. The Manjikyo patterns were accessible without the trauma trigger, a gift from Doom's engineering that Sasuke resented and relied on in equal measure. He sparred with Kimimaro every morning. Lost, usually. Kimimaro was faster, stronger, and fought with the serene certainty of a man who had already made peace with his purpose. But Sasuke improved, rapidly. The Uchiha talent was real. Not just the eyes, but the instinct, the adaptability, the furious drive to excel. Itachi watched from the observation gallery. He was healthy, strong. His Sharingan, restored by Doom's medical team, glowed softly in the dim light. "He's getting better," Itachi said. Obviously, Doom's voice came from a speaker. He was monitoring remotely as he always did. The Uchiha prodigy under proper mentorship rather than the neglect and manipulation he received in Konoha. The result was always predictable. You planned this. Doom plans everything. Even my brother's hatred? Especially that. Hatred is energy, Itachi, and energy, properly directed, accomplishes great things. Itachi was silent for a moment. Then he's starting to respect you. Doom is aware. That bothers him more than the hatred did. Doom is aware of that too. In the gardens of the former Hyuga compound, now an open park, the walls torn down, the caged bird seals a memory, Hinata Hyuga tended flowers. She heard the footsteps before she saw him. Heavy, metallic, measured. She turned. Doom stood at the garden's edge. Cloak, mask, the whole ensemble. In the morning sunlight, the armor glinted like a dark mirror. Lord Doom. She bowed. Habit, but also something else. Your Byakugan development has exceeded projections, Doom said. He held a data pad, one of his own design, sleek and luminous. Kabuto's reports indicate your range has increased by 40% since Latverian training protocols were implemented. Thank you, Lord Doom. Doom does not compliment. Doom states facts. She smiled. Small, quiet, the kind of smile that most people missed. Doom did not miss it. You have a question, he said. She hesitated. Then, why did you leave? Silence. The wind moved through the garden. Cherry blossom petals drifted. When you were, Naruto, when you were a child here, why did you leave? The mask was still. The green light behind the eye slits dimmed fractionally. Because this village did not deserve Doom, he said, and Doom did not deserve what this village was doing to him. She looked at him, really looked, through the armor, through the mask, through the persona. Was it lonely? She asked. The question hung in the air like a petal on the wind. Doom said nothing for a long time. Doom does not experience loneliness, he said finally. Doom is sufficient unto himself. She nodded. She did not believe him. He knew she did not believe him. Neither of them said anything else about it. Doom turned and walked away. His cloak swept the garden path. A single cherry blossom petal landed on his shoulder and stayed there, bright pink against the dark green. He did not brush it off. The day came, as Doom knew it would, when the real threat emerged. Obito Uchiha, the man behind Tobi's mask, the architect of the Akatsuki, the student of Madara Uchiha, revealed himself. He had the Rinnegan. He had the Gedo statue. He had the captured tailed beasts, the ones Doom had not yet secured. He intended to complete the Eye of the Moon plan, to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, to trap the entire world in a dream. He announced himself by dropping the Gedo statue on the border between Lightning and Earth Country. The thing was massive, a demonic husk, eyeless, monstrous, channeling the chakra of seven-tailed beasts. The ground shook for 100 miles. Doom received the report in his throne room. He read it, set it down. Finally, he said, he stood from the throne, the armor recalibrated. Every system went to maximum. Kimimaro, Itachi, Nagato with me. They assembled in minutes, Kimimaro in his white armor, Itachi in Latverian black, Sharingan burning. Nagato, restored to health, his Rinnegan blazing, his body augmented with Doom's medical seals and cybernetic supports. Guy and Kakashi, collars still on, but Doom had begun loosening the control parameters over the past months. Fell in behind them. Their eyes still had the green tint, but their movements were their own. Their skills were their own. Doom looked at his forces, his inner circle. A collection of the most dangerous people on the planet, united under one banner. Obito Uchiha intends to end the world, Doom said. Doom intends to stop him. Questions? Nobody spoke. Good. Move out. The final battle took place on a plane that had no name. Doom's forces arrived first. Doombots took defensive positions. Itachi analyzed the Gedo statue with his Mangekyo. Nagato reached out with the Rinnegan and felt the tailed beast chakra inside. 7 of the 9, Nagato said. He's missing the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Doom nodded. The 9 tails, Kurama was still sealed inside him. Had been since birth. The fox had been quiet for years, suppressed by Doom's seal arrays. Its chakra siphoned and distributed through the armor's systems. Doom had never spoken to it, had never needed to. Until now, he closed his eyes behind the mask, dove inward, into the seal, into the cage. The space inside the seal was different from what the 4th Hokage had designed. Doom had renovated it years ago. The sewer was gone. The cage was gone. In its place was a controlled containment field, a white room pristine, with a single window that looked out onto a digital recreation of the outside world. Kurama sat in the center. Massive, orange, 9 tails curled behind it. Its red eyes watched Doom approach. Finally, the fox growled. You visit. Doom had no reason to visit, until now. I've watched you, boy, through your eyes, every conquest, every battle, every person you've broken and rebuilt. And you're the most arrogant human I've ever been sealed inside, and I was sealed inside a woman who literally chain punched me. Doom appreciates the comparison. Kurama's tail swished. What do you want? Power. Yours. Obito Uchiha intends to reassemble the 10 tails. If he captures me, he will have all 9. Doom requires your cooperation to ensure that does not happen. Cooperation. The fox's lips pulled back from teeth the size of swords. You want a partnership? Doom wants a weapon system upgrade. Partnership implies equality. Kurama stared at him. Then the fox laughed. A deep, rumbling, seismic laugh that shook the white room. You've got nerve, kid. I'll give you that. Doom has more than nerve. Doom has a plan. Always with the plans. Kurama leaned forward. Its massive head was inches from Doom's mask. Fine, I'll lend you my power, all of it. But you'd better win, because if that Uchiha brat puts me back in that statue, I will haunt your afterlife. Doom does not have afterlives. Doom has encores. Kurama blinked, then laughed again. Deal? Doom's eyes opened. His armor blazed orange. Kurama's chakra flooded through the seal arrays. Channeled, directed, amplified. The armor's exterior shifted. Orange energy crackled across the gunmetal surface. 9 tails of pure chakra erupted from the back of the armor, spreading behind Doom like a burning crown. The combined output, Doom's sorcery, his technology, his stolen jutsu, and the 9 tails' full power was staggering. The ground beneath him cratered, the air ionized. His allies stepped back, shielding their eyes. Kimimaro stared. Lord Doom. Doom is ready, Doom said. His voice was different now, deeper, resonant. The fox's power echoed beneath his words. Across the plain, Obito appeared. He wore his true face, scarred, mismatched eyes, one Sharingan, one Rinnegan, white hair, the look of a man who had given up on reality. Behind him, the ghetto statue roared. 7-tailed beast's worth of chakra churned inside it. So you're Doom, Obito said. His voice was flat, dead. And you are the architect of a dream for cowards, Doom replied. The infinite Tsukuyomi will end all suffering. Every war, every death, every loss. A perfect world. A cage decorated with pretty wallpaper. What's the difference? Doom's world is real. Yours is a hallucination. Obito's Sharingan spun. Then let's see whose vision survives. He activated Kamui. Space twisted. The Gedo statue began its transformation sequence, pulling the 7-tailed beast chakra inward, fusing, growing. The 10 tails was being reborn. Now, Doom commanded. Itachi engaged Obito directly. Mangekyo against Mangekyo. Amaterasu versus Kamui. The air between them burned and warped simultaneously. Nagato raised both hands. Chibaku Tensei! A massive gravitational core launched at the Gedo statue, pulling earth and stone around it. Attempting to seal the statue before the transformation completed, the statue roared and blasted the gravitational core apart with a tailed beast bomb. Kimimaro charged the statue's legs. His bone constructs, now augmented with Doom's chakra alloy reinforcement, pierced the statue's ankle. The thing stumbled. Kimimaro drove deeper, deeper. Kakashi and Guy hit from the other side. Kakashi's Kamui tried to warp chunks of the statue into another dimension. Guy, freed from the collar's worst effects, fighting with nearly his full spirit, hit the statue with a dynamic entry that cracked its knee, but the statue was massive, and it was still transforming. Doom flew straight at it. 9 orange tails spread behind him. Sorcery crackled in one hand. A Rasengan, his father's technique, but augmented, enhanced, glowing green and orange, formed in the other. Doom's legacy, absolute Rasengan. He drove it into the Gedo statue's chest. The technique detonated. A combination of Rasengan rotational force, 9 tails chakra density, and sorcerous dimensional disruption. The blast punched a hole through the statue the size of a house. The statue screamed. The tailed beast chakra inside destabilized. The transformation halted. Obito snarled. He phased through Itachi's Amaterasu and appeared in front of the statue. His hands formed seals. I'll do it myself! Rinne Tensei. He was going to sacrifice his life to fully revive the 10 tails. The ultimate gambit, the final play. Doom thinks not. Doom appeared in front of him, teleportation. Instant, his gauntlet closed around Obito's wrist. Extraction seal, soul drain. Obito screamed. His consciousness, his memories, his will, his cursed, grieving, broken soul began to pull free. The Rinnegan in his eye socket flickered. The Sharingan dimmed. Let go, Obito gasped. Doom does not release what is claimed. Obito's eyes found Doom's mask, found the green glow behind it. You think you're better than me? Obito whispered. You rule through fear, just like I would. Doom rules through results, Doom replied. Your dream gives people an illusion of peace. Doom gives them the real thing. Messy, imperfect, difficult, but real. Obito's body slumped, the extraction completed. His soul and the Rinnegan and the Sharingan and every technique he had ever possessed were filed into Doom's armor. The Gedo statue, without its controller, began to collapse. The seven-tailed beast's chakra leaked from the hole in its chest. Formless, wild, dangerous. Doom called. Containment. Nagato raised both hands. The Rinnegan blazed. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals. Ghost dragons erupted from his hands and wrapped the escaping chakra, pulling it back, channeling it into 7 containment scrolls that Doom had prepared for exactly this moment. It took 4 minutes. 4 minutes of absolute chaos, of energy storms and screaming chakra, of Doombots flying in to reinforce the containment perimeter. Then it was over. The Gedo statue was a dead husk. Obito was gone. The 7-tailed beasts were sealed. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a failed dream. Doom stood in the center of the battlefield, armor cracked, cloak torn, 9 tails chakra fading back into the seal. Behind the mask, something that might have been exhaustion flickered. Status report, he said. All units operational, Lord Doom, a Doombot reported. Casualties, 0 allied personnel. 17 Doombots destroyed, all objectives achieved. Itachi? Minor injuries, Lord Doom. He engaged Obito in close combat for 3 minutes and 12 seconds. His Manjikyo strain is within acceptable parameters. Nagato? Chakra reserves at 14%. He requires rest. Kimimaro? Broke 4 bones, already regenerating. He says, and I quote, "This was glorious, my lord." Kakashi and Guy? Functional, minor damage. Guy requests permission to do 500 push-ups to celebrate. Denied. From across the battlefield, a faint muffled, "No!" Doom looked at the sky. The sun was setting. The plain was quiet. The war was over. The last threat to Latveria, to the unified world, was a corpse in the dirt and a dead statue. He should have felt triumph, victory, the culmination of everything he had worked for since he was an 8-year-old boy building a mask in a condemned apartment. He felt. Lord Doom? Kimimara's voice approaching from behind. Doom is fine. You always say that, because it is always true. He turned and walked toward the horizon. His team fell in behind him. Doombots flanked. The sun painted the sky orange and gold. In the years that followed, the world that Doom built became something remarkable. The Shinobi Alliance was replaced by the Latverian Commonwealth. 5 territories, each governed by a regional administrator, all answering to the central authority in the capital. Trade routes connected every corner of the continent. Crime dropped to historical lows. Economic growth was measured in hundreds of percent. The child soldier system was abolished globally. The academy model, extended education, specialized tracks, voluntary military service at 18, became the standard. Children who once would have been throwing kunai at 12 were now learning mathematics, science, history, and yes, still combat, but with context and purpose. The Jinchuriki were freed. The tailed beasts contained in Doom's scrolls were given a choice: remain sealed in sleep, or be released into designated wild territories where they could exist without fear of capture or exploitation. Kurama chose a third option. "I'll stay," the fox told Doom during one of their increasingly frequent conversations in the seal space. "You're the most interesting jailer I've ever had, and frankly, the world out there is boring without something to punch." Doom does not punch. Doom administrates. Same thing, kid, same thing. The collars came off, Kakashi's first. Doom removed it himself in the throne room with no ceremony. The green faded from Kakashi's eye. The copy ninja blinked, touched his neck where the collar had been. "Freedom," he murmured. "Conditional," Doom said. "You serve Latveria because it is right. If you betray that service, Doom will know." Kakashi looked at him, rubbed the back of his head, did that one-eyed smile thing. "You know, Lord Doom, you could have just asked." "Doom does not ask." "Yeah, I know." Kakashi pulled out his book. "I'll be in the break room if you need me." He walked out, slouching, reading. As if nothing had changed, everything had changed. Guy's collar came off next. The green beast of Konoha stood in the throne room, tears streaming down his face, fists clenched. Lord Doom, the springtime of, Lord Doom, thank you. From the bottom of my, get out. Yes, Lord Doom. He left, sprinted. Somewhere in the distance, there was the sound of a training post being destroyed by a dynamic entry, followed by jubilant weeping. Doom shook his head. He stood from the throne, walked to the window of his fortress. The capital stretched below, clean, lit alive. People in the streets, children in schools, markets buzzing. The Hokage monument, now carved with a fifth face, the Iron Mask of Doom, alongside the 4 original Hokages, loomed over everything. He had won. Everything he had promised. Everything he had planned. Everything Victor Von Doom had dreamed of in another life. A world under one rule, one law, one will, free from the chaos of competing nations and petty wars. He had done it. The mask stared back at him from his reflection in the glass. Smooth, iron, featureless. He reached up, unclasped the seal, removed the mask. The face beneath was older now, 16, maybe 17. The whisker marks were still there. The eyes were still green, but the jaw was stronger, the cheekbones sharper. A face that had been a boy's was becoming a man's. He held the mask in his hands, turned it over, looked at the inside, at the seals etched into the iron, at the circuits woven through the metal, at the thing that had been his identity since the day he decided Naruto Uzumaki was dead. He set it on the windowsill. Doom does not need a mask to be Doom, he said to the empty room, but he picked it up again a moment later, put it on, felt the click, the seal, the familiar weight. But Doom prefers it. He turned from the window. The green cloak settled behind him. The armor hummed. The world, his world, waited. Let the world see what happens when they deny Doom. Look, he said. He walked out of the throne room, through the fortress, through the capital, through the nation he had built from the ashes of a broken system. The streets were clean. That was the thing people noticed first when they visited the Latverian Commonwealth for the first time. The streets were clean, the lights worked, and nobody was starving. It had been 6 years since the unification, 6 years since the last border fell and the final holdout signed the treaty, 6 years since the name Doom stopped being a threat and became a fact of life, like gravity or weather, or the understanding that the sun would rise in the east and the armored figure on the throne would still be there when it did. The capital, still built on Konoha's bones, still shadowed by the Hokage monument, with its 5 carved faces, the iron mask of the 5th staring down at the city with blank green eyes, hummed with a frequency that no hidden village had ever achieved. Chakra conversion generators powered every district. Sealed relay towers carried communications across the continent in real time. The hospital ran 24 hours a day, staffed by medic Nin trained under protocols that made the old system look like guesswork. The academy graduated students at 18 instead of 12, and those students could do calculus, diagnose a bone fracture, and throw a kunai through a moving target at 60 meters. Crime existed. Doom was not naive enough to believe he could eradicate human greed entirely. But the crime rate across the Commonwealth was lower than anything the elemental nations had ever recorded, because every criminal who operated within Latverian borders understood a simple truth. The Doombots never slept, the intelligence network never blinked, and the man at the top did not believe in second chances. The former great villages had become administrative territories. Suna's deserts bloomed with irrigation systems powered by wind chakra turbines. Kumo's mountains housed the Commonwealth's primary weapons research facilities, staffed by cloud shinobi who had gone from enemies to engineers in the span of 3 years. Iwa's mines produced raw materials that fed Latverian manufacturing at a rate that made the old wartime economies look like children trading candy. Kiri's ports handled international shipping because, yes, there was international shipping now, trade routes extending across the sea to lands that the shinobi world had barely known existed. And at the center of it all, in the fortress built over the bones of the Hokage Tower, Doom ruled. He was 21 years old. The armor had evolved again, version 9, if anyone was counting, and only Doom was. The gunmetal gray had deepened to near black, the seal arrays now invisible to the naked eye, woven into the molecular structure of the alloy itself. The green cloak was heavier, weighted with defensive seals that could deploy as an independent force field. The mask was the same, always the same, smooth iron, 2 eye slits, the face of the thing that had conquered a world before it could legally drink, he sat on the throne. The same iron throne he had carried into Konoha Stadium 6 years ago. Though it too had been upgraded, its armrests now doubling as command interfaces for the Continental Defense Grid. And he read reports. Trade surplus in the Western Territories, up 14%. Academy enrollment across all 5 regions at 97%. Doombot production steady at 300 units per month, with the new version 30 models rolling off the line next week. Nagato's Continental Barrier Array, stable, no breaches, no anomalies, stable, no anomalies. Doom set the datapad down. Karen. The voice that answered came from the doorway to his left, not from a speaker, not from a subordinate relaying a message, but from the woman herself, leaning against the frame with her arms crossed, and her red hair falling over one shoulder, and her glasses catching the green glow of the throne room's ambient lighting. Karen Uzumaki, head of the Latverian Intelligence Division. Uzumaki bloodline, chakra sensing range that spanned the entire continent when she pushed it. A mind that could take a single intercepted message and reverse engineer the sender's entire operational network in under an hour. Doom's wife. You've been staring at that datapad for 11 minutes without reading it, she said. I counted. Doom was thinking. Doom was brooding. There's a difference. She walked into the throne room. Her uniform was Latverian standard, dark fabric fitted, armored at the joints, but she wore it like she'd been born in it. Her steps were confident. Her posture said, I belong here, and if you disagree, that's your problem. She stopped in front of the throne, looked up at the mask. What is it? The reports are clean. And that's a problem because the reports are always clean. For 6 years, the reports have been clean. Every metric improves, every territory stabilizes, every potential threat is identified, contained, and neutralized before it becomes a crisis. Sounds like the system works. The system works because Doom built it, but a system that encounters no resistance does not grow, it calcifies. Karen pushed her glasses up. You're bored. Doom does not experience boredom. You're bored, and you're dressing it up in political philosophy. She sat on the arm of the throne, the only person in the Commonwealth who would dare, the only person whose weight Doom would tolerate on his command interface. The world is at peace. Your people are fed. Your enemies are dead or collared. This is what winning looks like. Winning looks like stagnation. Winning looks like Tuesday. She tapped the datapad. Enjoy it. It won't last. She said it lightly, like a joke. But her eyes, sharp, red-brown, always watching, were not joking, because Karen's sensing range covered the continent, and for the past 3 weeks, she had been feeling something at the edges, something she could not identify, a chakra signature that did not match anything in Latverian databases, faint, intermittent, like something enormous pressing against a window from the other side. She had not told Doom yet. She was still running analysis, still cross-referencing with Nagato's barrier data, still trying to determine if the anomaly was real or if her senses were glitching from 6 years of scanning an entire landmass. She would tell him. Soon. When she had something concrete, Karen Uzumaki did not bring her husband problems. She brought him solutions. She kissed the side of the mask, a habit she had developed early in their marriage, pressing her lips to the cold iron cheek because Doom rarely removed the mask even in private, and Karen had decided years ago that if the mask was staying on, she would simply incorporate it into the relationship. And stood. I have a briefing with Itachi in 20 minutes, she said. Try not to conquer anything while I'm gone. Doom makes no promises. She walked out. Her footsteps echoed in the corridor. Confident, measured, the sound of the most dangerous woman in the Commonwealth heading to work. Doom watched her go. Behind the mask, something shifted. Not quite a smile. Doom did not smile, but something close. Something that existed in the space between the iron and the skin, where the man called Naruto Uzumaki used to live and might, on rare occasions, still draw breath. He picked up the datapad. Resumed reading. The reports were clean. They would not be for long. Itachi's briefing room was on the 42nd sub-level of the fortress, deep enough to be shielded from every known form of surveillance, warded with seals that Doom and Nagato had designed together, and staffed by operatives whose loyalty had been verified through methods that Itachi preferred not to discuss in polite company. He stood at the head of the briefing table. Dark Latverian uniform, Sharingan dormant. His face was calm, which meant he was deeply concerned, because Itachi Uchiha's face only achieved true calm when something was very wrong, and he was deciding how to present it. Karen entered, sat down, crossed her legs. "Talk," she said. Itachi activated the display, a three-dimensional holographic map of the Commonwealth generated by sealed projection crystals embedded in the table. 14 months ago, he began, we intercepted communications from an organization operating outside Commonwealth borders. The messages were encrypted using a cipher that does not match any known shinobi encoding system. We broke it in 3 weeks. 14 months? Karen's eyes narrowed. Why am I hearing about this now? Because for 12 of those months, the intelligence was fragmentary, contradictory, deliberately seeded with misinformation. Whoever this organization is, their counterintelligence is exceptional. Better than yours? Itachi's Sharingan flickered, red for just a moment. Comparable. That word, coming from Itachi, was the equivalent of a 5-alarm emergency klaxon. The organization calls itself Kara, he continued. Its structure is cellular, 12 to 16 members, each operating independently, each aware of only their immediate objectives. The leader is designated Jigen. No confirmed identity, no confirmed location, no confirmed capabilities. What do they want? Itachi tapped the display. A network of red dots appeared across the map. Underground facilities, hidden laboratories, unmarked routes. They have been operating within Commonwealth territory for at least a decade, possibly longer. Their infrastructure predates Latveria itself. Some of these facilities were built during Orochimaru's era and simply never appeared in any database we captured. Karen leaned forward. That's impossible. We swept every. They were sealed, not with conventional fuinjutsu, with something else, something our sensors were not designed to detect. He paused. Until 2 months ago, when one of their facilities suffered a containment breach and leaked a chakra signature that Nagato's barrier array flagged as anomalous. Karen went still. The anomaly, the thing she had been sensing at the edges. I felt it, she said quietly. 3 weeks ago back, I thought my sensors were. They were correct. The signature is real, and it matches nothing in our database because it is not human. Silence. Define not human, Karen said. Itachi changed the display. A new image appeared, a biological scan, reconstructed from trace data collected at the breach facility. A humanoid form, but wrong. The chakra pathways were too dense, too organized, following patterns that did not correspond to any known bloodline or Kekkei Genkai. The cellular structure was reinforced at a molecular level. The eyes, Karen saw the eyes, and her breath caught. Byakugan, but evolved, enlarged, with concentric rings in the iris that suggested Rinnegan integration. Otsutsuki, she whispered. That is our assessment, Itachi confirmed. Kara's leadership appears to include at least one entity of Otsutsuki origin. Their objective, based on the fragments we have decoded, involves something they refer to as a god tree, in a process called chakra fruit cultivation. Karen was already standing. I need to tell him. Lady Karen, Itachi's voice stopped her at the door. Lord Doom will want the complete file. How long? Itachi looked at the clock on the wall. Give me 9 hours. You have 9 hours. She left, walking fast, not running. Karen Uzumaki did not run, but moving with a purpose that cleared the corridor ahead of her like a bow wave. Itachi turned back to his display, his Sharingan activated fully. 3 tomoe spinning 9 hours. He had promised 9 hours. He delivered in 8.5. The file landed on Doom's throne interface at 11:47 p.m. 400 pages. Operational structure, personnel profiles, facility locations, intercepted communications, biological analysis, threat assessment. Doom read it in 6 minutes. He did not read fast because he skimmed. He read fast because his mind, augmented by decades of accumulated knowledge, enhanced by the armor's neural interface, and driven by an intellect that had solved interdimensional equations at age 9, processed information at a speed that would have given most analysts a nosebleed. When he finished, he set the datapad down. The throne room was dark. The green glow of his eye slits was the only light source. Karen stood to his right. Itachi stood at the base of the throne's platform, hands clasped behind his back. They are preparing a god tree, Doom said. In Doom's world, without Doom's permission. His voice was quiet. That was the dangerous register. When Doom shouted, it was theater. When Doom went quiet, someone was about to cease existing. They have been here for a decade, beneath Doom's feet, operating in Doom's territory, studying Doom's people, and Doom did not know. Itachi said nothing. There was nothing to say. The failure was shared. Intelligence had missed it. The barrier array had missed it. Doom's own sensors had missed it. Doom stood. The throne's interface panels flickered as he rose. The armor's systems hummed to full power, seal arrays activating in sequence, weapons systems cycling through ready checks. They have made a catastrophic error, Doom said. He walked down the steps, past Itachi, past Karen. Kimimaro. The bone user appeared in the doorway before the word finished echoing. He slept in his armor. He had always slept in his armor. He had once told Tayuya that he did not see the point of pajamas when there were enemies to kill, and she had thrown a boot at his head. My lord. Full mobilization. Every facility on Itachi's list is to be raided simultaneously. Doombot battalions at each location. Extraction teams standing by. Doom wants prisoners. Doom wants data. Doom wants everything. Timeline, my lord. Dawn. It was currently 11:53 p.m. That gave them 6 hours. Kimimaro bowed and vanished. Doom turned to Itachi. The entity. The Otsutsuki. Where is it? Unknown, Lord Doom. The biological data was recovered from a secondary facility. The entity itself has never been directly observed. Then it will be found. Nagato. A sealed communication channel opened. Nagato's voice, stronger now, healthier, the voice of a restored Uzumaki rather than a dying puppet master, came through the throne room speakers. Lord Doom, I felt the resonance in the barrier grid 20 minutes ago. I have already begun narrowing the search parameters. Good. Report any anomaly above baseline. Any. Understood. Doom turned to Karen. She was watching him with that look, the one that said she was already 3 steps ahead and waiting for him to catch up. You knew, he said. I suspected. 3 weeks ago, I was running analysis before. You should have told Doom immediately. I should have told you when I had something concrete, which I now do, thanks to Itachi's file confirming what my senses were picking up. They looked at each other, masked to glasses, green glow to red-brown eyes. The kind of silent conversation that married couples have, where entire arguments happen in the space between breaths. Doom does not enjoy being the last to know, he said, and I don't enjoy wasting your time with maybes. We're both going to have to deal with it. A beat. Doom acknowledges your reasoning, he said, which was as close to you were right as Doom ever got. I know, Karen said, which was as close to thank you as Karen ever got. The raids hit at dawn. 17 Kara facilities across the Commonwealth. Simultaneously. Doombot battalions breaching doors, disabling security systems, and sweeping rooms with the kind of coordinated brutality that only machines could achieve. Human operatives followed behind. Intelligence specialists, Medic 9, sealing teams, collecting everything that was not nailed down and sealing everything that was. 14 of the 17 facilities were empty, stripped clean. Whoever had been there was gone, and they had been gone for weeks. The containment breach that had alerted Nagato's barrier had been intentional. A distraction, a sacrifice play, burning one facility to draw attention away from the others. Itachi received this information and added it to his profile of Kara's leadership. Whoever was running this operation was willing to sacrifice infrastructure to protect personnel. That spoke to either extreme loyalty or extreme pragmatism. Both were dangerous. 3 facilities were not empty. Facility 7, in the former Land of Rivers, contained a research laboratory that Kimimaro's strike team breached at 6:02 a.m. Inside, they found growth tanks, 20 of them, each containing a humanoid body in various stages of development. Cybernetic augmentation, chakra pathway modification, biological weapons designed to interface with human hosts. Kimimaro looked at the tanks, his bone-white face reflected in the glass. Abominations, he said quietly. Then louder, seal everything, tag every sample. Lord Doom will want to see this personally. Facility 12, deep in the mountains of what used to be the Land of Earth, housed a weapons testing range. The Doombot battalion that breached it encountered resistance. Automated defense turrets that fired chakra plasma beams, remarkably similar to early Latvian weapon designs. The Doombots destroyed the turrets in 40 seconds. But the similarity was noted. Someone in Kara had been studying Latvian technology, reverse engineering it, attempting to match it. Doom received this report and said nothing for a very long time. Someone had been stealing from him, in his own house, under his own roof. The third active facility, Facility 15, hidden beneath a lake in what was once the land of hot water, was the most important because it contained a person. She was strapped to a table. Cybernetic implants ran the length of her body, eye replacements, limb augmentation, a spinal column reinforced with chakra-conducting alloy. Her hair was short and blonde. Her eyes, what was left of her organic eyes, were gold. She was awake. She was screaming. The Doombot team that entered the room stopped. Their combat programming did not cover screaming women strapped to tables with their bodies half replaced by machines. Kabuto's voice came through the comm channel. He had been monitoring the raid from the medical wing. That's extensive modification, military-grade cybernetic integration. Whoever did this was working on a different level than standard prosthetics. Is she hostile? The lead Doombot asked. She's in pain. Get her off the table and sedate her. I'll prep a surgical suite. The woman, who would later be identified as Delta, one of Kara's inner circle, was extracted from the facility and transported to the capital. She fought. She screamed. She fired destruction beams from her eyes that punched through two Doombots before a containment seal dampened her weapon systems. Then she went quiet, stared at the ceiling of the transport, and said, in a voice that was half human and half machine, "Jigen will kill you all." The Doombot recording this tilted its head. Lord Doom is aware of Jigen. Lord Doom sends his regards. Delta laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You don't understand. You think you've won something. You've just kicked the door down on a monster that was content to sleep. The Doombot considered this. Lord Doom appreciates the warning. Lord Doom also notes that he has defeated every monster he has ever encountered. Your concern is acknowledged and filed. Delta stopped laughing. The intelligence haul from the 3 active facilities was substantial. Karen and Itachi spent 72 hours processing it, cross-referencing, decoding, building a picture of Kara that went from fragmentary to comprehensive. The organization was older than they had thought, decades old. Founded by an entity that called itself Jigen, a human vessel for an Otsutsuki named Ishiki, who had been on this planet since before the founding of the hidden villages. He had been waiting, planning, building an infrastructure that operated in the spaces between nations, in the cracks of systems that even Doom's totalitarian efficiency had not fully sealed. Kara's objective was the God Tree. Specifically, planting one, growing it, and harvesting its chakra fruit, a process that required feeding the tree with the life force of an entire planet. Every man, woman, and child on the continent, drained to a husk, their chakra consumed to produce a single fruit that would grant the consumer power beyond anything the shinobi world had ever seen. Karen read this section of the file 3 times. Then she set it down and stared at the wall. He wants to eat the planet, she said. Doom, reading over her shoulder, said, he wants to farm it. There is a distinction. Farmers do not hate their crops. They simply do not consider them relevant beyond their utility. And the other one? Momoshiki? The file mentioned 2 Otsutsuki, Ishiki embedded in Jigen operating through Kara, and Momoshiki, a separate entity expected to arrive independently, drawn by the ripening of the planet's chakra, coming to claim what he considered his birthright. Momoshiki is a harvester, Doom said. He arrives, takes, and leaves. A locust, Ishiki is a farmer. He plants, cultivates, and harvests. The farmer is more dangerous because his roots go deeper. So we deal with the locust first. Doom deals with whatever arrives first, the locust or the farmer. It does not matter. He stood, the datapad clattered on the desk. What matters is that they are coming to Doom's world to take Doom's resources, and Doom does not share. He walked to the window. The capital stretched below, 6 million people living under his protection. His responsibility, his property, if he was being honest, though he had learned over the years that framing it that way made Karen throw things. Nagato, he said into the comm. Lord Doom, activate the Continental Defense Grid, full spectrum, every barrier seal, every sensor array, every Doombot patrol. If something enters Doom's atmosphere that is not a bird or a cloud, Doom wants to know about it before it touches the ground. Already done, Lord Doom, as of 40 minutes ago. Good. He cut the channel, turned to Karen. Prepare the intelligence division for wartime operations. Every analyst on rotation. Every sensor active. When these things arrive, and they will arrive, Doom will know their capabilities before they finish their first attack. Karen nodded. She was already moving, already prioritizing, already running scenarios in her head. She paused at the door. How bad is this going to be? Doom looked at her. The green glow behind the eye slits was steady. Bad enough to be interesting, he said. It was almost a joke. Almost. She shook her head and left. They came 3 weeks later. The Commonwealth Summit was an annual event, a gathering of regional administrators, military commanders, and civilian leaders from all 5 territories. It was held in the capital's Grand Hall, a structure that Doom had built over the ruins of the old Hokage Council Chamber, expanded to seat 500, reinforced with barriers strong enough to survive a tailed beast bomb. Doom attended in person. He always attended in person. Not because he enjoyed the pageantry. Doom found most forms of human social interaction tedious, but because his presence reminded every administrator, every commander, and every civilian leader in the room that the man who ruled them was real, was present, and was paying attention. Karen sat to his right. Kimimaro stood behind the throne, white armor gleaming. Itachi was somewhere in the building. He was always somewhere in the building, watching, listening, cataloging. The Raikaji, now serving as the military governor of the Lightning Territory, was mid-report on border security when the ceiling exploded, not collapsed, exploded, upward, as if something had punched through it from the inside out. Chunks of reinforced stone and barrier-sealed metal flew into the sky. The shockwave flattened the first 3 rows of seats. People screamed. Guards drew weapons. Doombots activated along the walls, faceplates snapping to combat mode. Through the hole in the ceiling, 2 figures descended. The first was massive, 8 feet tall, purple skin, horns curving from a heavy brow, eyes white and blank, Byakugan variant, but ancient, primordial. He carried an axe that looked like it had been carved from a red star. His name was Kinshiki Otsutsuki, and he hit the floor with enough force to crack the Grand Hall's foundation. The second floated. He was smaller, pale, white robes that moved without wind. His hair was white, swept back, framing a face of perfect, terrible arrogance. His eyes were Byakugan, pale, veined, and in the palms of his hands, Rinnegan glowed red. 2 of them, 1 in each palm. Momoshiki Otsutsuki looked down at the Grand Hall, at the 500 people scrambling for cover, at the Doombots forming a perimeter, at the Iron Throne where a masked figure sat, completely motionless. Momoshiki's lip curled. Primitive, he said. The word dripped with contempt so pure it was almost admirable. We have traveled across the stars to this backwater, Kinshiki, and this is what greets us. Insects in metal shells, a monkey on a chair. Kinshiki raised his axe. Shall I clear the room, Lord Momoshiki? Do as you wish. They are irrelevant. Kinshiki moved, fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be. His axe swung in a horizontal arc aimed at the nearest cluster of Doombots. The first 3 bots shattered. Metal and sparks flew. The axe continued through them like they were made of paper, carrying enough force to slice through the reinforced wall behind them. Stone and steel parted. The shockwave sent a table flying across the room. Kimimaro intercepted. The bone user had moved though, the instant Kinshiki did. His body was a weapon by design and by Doom's engineering. He drew a bone blade from his forearm, dense, white, humming with chakra alloy reinforcement, and met Kinshiki's axe mid-swing. The impact rang through the building like a cathedral bell. The floor cratered beneath Kimimaro's feet. His boots sank 3 inches into reinforced stone. His arms trembled. Kinshiki was strong, absurdly, obscenely strong, the kind of strength that came from being a species that ate planets for breakfast, but Kimimaro held. Lord Doom, he said through gritted teeth, bones in his forearms cracking and reforming in real time, the large one is mine. Doom had not moved, had not flinched, had not so much as shifted in his throne when the ceiling exploded. He had watched Kinshiki's entrance, watched Momoshiki's descent, watched his Doombots get demolished and cataloged everything. Now he stood. The room went quiet. Even the screaming civilians stopped. Something about the way Doom rose from the throne, slow, deliberate, the armor system cycling to combat mode with a low, building hum that vibrated in every chest in the room, commanded silence. Momoshiki, floating 20 feet above the floor, turned his pale eyes toward the throne. Doom looked up at him. 2 seconds of silence. "You have mistaken Doom's patience for welcome," Doom said. "Correct this error before it becomes permanent." Momoshiki blinked. Then he laughed. A high, sharp laugh, the laugh of a creature that had consumed civilizations and found them lacking. "It speaks," Momoshiki said. "How charming, a primitive with pretensions. I have consumed planets that produced warriors greater than anything on this wretched." "Kimimaro, finish the large one." Kimimaro didn't need to be told twice. He disengaged from the axe lock, ducked under Kinshiki's follow-up swing, and drove his bone blade upward. The blade pierced Kinshiki's armored chest. Through the sternum, through the muscle beneath, out the back, Kinshiki roared, swung the axe down. Kimimaro rolled clear. The axe hit the floor and split the grand hall down the center line. Pipes burst, sparks flew, but the blade was still in Kinshiki's chest. And the blade was not just bone, it was Latverian chakra alloy bone, and the alloy was laced with extraction seals. Kinshiki's chakra began to drain. He felt it, the massive ancient reservoir of Otsutsuki power that had sustained him for millennia, being pulled out through the bone embedded in his chest. He roared again, grabbed the bone blade, tried to pull it free. It wouldn't move. The seals had bonded to his body. Kimimaro pressed forward. 2 more blades, 1 from each forearm. He drove them into Kinshiki's sides. More extraction seals. More drain. Kinshiki swung wildly. His axe clipped Kimimaro's shoulder, cracking the white armor plate and sending the bone user skidding across the floor. Kimimaro hit the wall, bounced off it, and was back on his feet in a heartbeat. Blood ran from beneath his shoulder plate. He ignored it. Dance of the seedling fern. Bones erupted from the floor around Kinshiki, a forest of white spears, each one tipped with extraction seals, each one piercing the Otsutsuki's legs, his arms, his torso. He looked like a pincushion of white daggers. Kinshiki screamed. "You are adequate," Kimimaro said, walking toward the impaled giant. His voice was calm. "But adequacy is insufficient against Latveria." He formed a final blade. This one was different, massive, drill-shaped, spiraling with compressed chakra that glowed white-hot. Dance of the clematis, flower. He drove it through Kinshiki's heart. The Otsutsuki's body seized. The extraction seals hit critical. Every bone spear pulsed green as Kinshiki's remaining chakra, his techniques, his Otsutsuki bloodline data, his axe's dimensional composition, was pulled free and channeled into a containment scroll that Kimimaro had sealed to his hip. Kinshiki's body went limp. Dead, drained, a husk. The whole thing had taken 90 seconds. Momoshiki watched from the air. His pale eyes were wide. His jaw was tight. "Kinshiki," he whispered. Then the shock turned to fury. His Rinnegan palms blazed red. His white robes erupted with chakra, blue-white, blinding, a pillar of power that cracked the Grand Hall's remaining structural supports. You insects, you killed." He thrust his hand downward. A compressed chakra blast, dense red, carrying enough energy to vaporize a city block, screamed toward Kimimaro. Doom appeared between them. Not walked, not ran, appeared. Spatial displacement. One frame he was at the throne, the next he was in the air, directly in the path of the blast. One gauntlet raised. Shield of the Seraphim. The green barrier materialized. Momoshiki's blast hit it head on. The shield buckled, cracked. Doom fed it more energy. The shield thickened. The blast split around it, deflecting into the walls, punching holes through stone and steel, but Doom and Kimimaro behind him stayed untouched. The blast died. Momoshiki was panting. His palm Rinnegan were still glowing. "Kimimaro," Doom said without turning. "Take the scroll. Get the civilians out. This one is Doom's." Kimimaro bowed, quick, deep, and moved. Behind them, the evacuation was already underway. Doombots were herding people through emergency exits. Kakashi had appeared from nowhere and was guiding the VIPs through a sealed tunnel. Guy was carrying 4 people at once, sprinting through the wreckage with his usual grace and his usual volume. "Fear not! The power of youth will. Move, Guy!" Kakashi shouted. "Right!" The Grand Hall emptied. In 30 seconds, it was just Doom and Momoshiki and the ruin between them. Momoshiki descended. He landed on Kinshiki's body, looked down at it, his face twisted. "He was my servant," Momoshiki said, "my loyal, devoted servant, and your insect killed him." "Doom's servant," Doom corrected, "and the insect's name is Kimimaro. He will be commended." Momoshiki's Byakugan veins bulged, his chakra spiked. He knelt, not in submission but in grief and hunger, and pressed his hands to Kinshiki's corpse. The body dissolved, absorbed. Momoshiki's already massive chakra reserves doubled, tripled, erupted. His body changed, the robe shredded, replaced by a black and gold form that was more energy than matter. His skin darkened. Horns grew. His eyes, all three of them, the Byakugan and a new Rinnegan on his forehead, blazed with stolen power. He rose to his full height. The Grand Hall's remaining walls bowed outward from the pressure of his chakra alone. Momoshiki Otsutsuki, fused form, a being that had consumed worlds, a god-tier threat whose power set included the absorption of any chakra technique through his palm. Rinnegan and its amplified release, physical strength that dwarfed anything in the shinobi world, speed that bent light, and the arrogance of a creature that had never, in its eternal life, been humbled. He looked at Doom. "Now," Momoshiki said, his voice layered, two voices, his and Kinshiki's, speaking as one. "Let us see what a clever monkey can do against a god." Doom stared at the transformed Otsutsuki. The armor's sensors were feeding him data. Chakra density, energy wavelength, physical composition, threat assessment. The threat assessment came back simple. Extreme. Doom had not seen extreme since Ishiki's file crossed his desk. "Good. You call yourself a god," Doom said. He cracked his neck. The armor hummed. "Doom has killed gods. You are not even the most impressive one." He attacked first. Bolts of Balthak. Twin beams of green sorceress energy lanced from his gauntlets. Not chakra, which Momoshiki could absorb, but dimensional fire, the same force he had used to shatter Itachi's Tsukuyomi years ago. Momoshiki raised his palms. The Rinnegan tried to absorb. The beams hit the palm eyes and Momoshiki's hands spasmed. The energy was wrong. Wrong frequency, wrong composition, wrong fundamental nature. It was like trying to drink fire. The beams burned through his absorption barrier and hit his chest. Momoshiki flew backward, hit the wall, through the building behind the wall. He bounced off the street, cratered it, and came up with scorch marks across his fused form. "You? What was that? That was not chakra." "No," Doom said, floating through the hole in the wall. "It was not." Momoshiki snarled. His right palm glowed. He thrust it forward, releasing a compressed version of every technique he had absorbed on his journey to this planet. A dozen elemental attacks fused into a single beam, screaming toward Doom with enough force to split a mountain range. Doom did not block. He used Kamui, Obito's stolen spatial manipulation, activated through the armor's dimensional interface. A spiraling vortex opened in front of Doom and swallowed Momoshiki's attack whole, dragging it into a pocket dimension where it detonated harmlessly against the walls of an empty reality. Momoshiki's eyes went wide. "You have spatial manipulation? That's—" "Doom has everything," Doom said, "including your undivided attention." He closed the distance in a burst of speed. Nine-tailed chakra flooding the armor's movement systems, orange energy crackling over the dark alloy. He was in front of Momoshiki before the Otsutsuki could react. Left gauntlet, straight punch to the jaw. Right gauntlet, palm strike to the solar plexus, both hits connected. Both were enhanced with sorcerer's force multiplication. Momoshiki's jaw cracked. His sternum fractured. He doubled over. Doom grabbed his head, drove a knee upward. Momoshiki's nose shattered. The Otsutsuki's body went airborne from the impact, 15 feet straight up. Doom followed, flight. Green energy beneath his boots, nine-tailed chakra blazing orange behind him. He caught Momoshiki in midair and slammed him downward into the street with both hands. The street exploded. A crater 30 meters wide. Buildings cracked at their foundations for 100 meters in every direction. Dust and debris billowed. Momoshiki lay in the center of the crater, bleeding. Something gold and luminescent, Otsutsuki blood. His fused form was flickering, unstable, but he was still alive, still conscious, and his Rinnegan were still blazing. "Insolent creature!" Momoshiki screamed. He thrust both palms upward. The Rinnegan in each hand fired simultaneously, twin beams of compressed planetary-level chakra, amplified by Kinshiki's absorbed power, carrying enough energy to vaporize the capital and everything in a 50-mile radius. Doom raised both gauntlets. Crimson bands of Sidorak. Red energy chains erupted from his hands, thick, burning with magical force, and wrapped around both beams. They did not block them. They bent them, redirected the twin beams upward, away from the capital into the sky. The beams punched through the clouds, lit the sky like twin suns. The shockwave stripped the cloud layer for miles, and while Momoshiki's hands were extended, while his Rinnegan were focused on the redirected beams, Doom appeared behind him. Doom's legacy, absolute Rasengan. The Rasengan was not his father's anymore. It was Doom's. A sphere of compressed force, nine-tailed chakra at the core, sorcerous dimensional energy in the outer shell, spinning with a violence that distorted the air itself. Green and orange screaming, alive. He drove it into Momoshiki's back. The detonation was massive. The crater doubled in size. The shockwave flattened everything within 200 meters. The sound was so loud it registered on seismic monitors across the continent. Momoshiki's fused form shattered. The golden Otsutsuki shell cracked and peeled away like dead skin. Beneath it, the original Momoshiki, pale, diminished, broken, lay in the rubble. His Byakugan were dim. His palm Rinnegan flickered. Doom stood over him, armor smoking, cloak torn at one edge. The nine-tailed chakra receded, orange giving way to the armor's normal dark surface. Momoshiki looked up at the iron mask. His lip trembled. His arrogance was gone. What was left was something very old and very small and very, very afraid. You cannot? I am an Otsutsuki. I am finished, Doom said. He pressed his gauntlet to Momoshiki's chest. Extraction seal, total absorption. The green light was blinding. It erupted from Momoshiki's body, from his eyes, his mouth, his palms. Every technique the Otsutsuki had ever learned, every world he had consumed, every chakra fruit he had eaten, every scrap of knowledge about god trees and Otsutsuki biology and dimensional travel, all of it pulled out in a single devastating extraction. Momoshiki screamed. The sound was not human. It was the sound of something ancient being unmade, being cataloged, being filed, the extraction completed. Momoshiki's body dissolved into white ash that scattered in the wind. The green light died. Doom straightened. The armor's systems were processing the new data, terabytes of information flooding through the neural interface. Otsutsuki bloodline mechanics, god tree cultivation processes, Byakugan visual data mapped to the last nerve cluster, Rinnegan palm absorption decoded at the molecular level. He filed it. All of it. Organized, prioritized, the useful kept. The garbage discarded. He turned from the crater. Karen was standing at the edge, arms crossed, glasses reflecting the settling dust. She had watched the whole thing from the command post's forward observation point, because Karen Uzumaki did not hide in bunkers when her husband was fighting a god. She looked at Doom, at the crater, at the ash that used to be Momoshiki. He called you a monkey, she said. He did. How's that working out for him? Doom converted his entire genetic legacy into a data file. Doom believes the question answers itself. She uncrossed her arms, walked toward him, stopped at arm's length. You're hurt, she said. Her sensing had already scanned his body. Bruised ribs, even through the armor's dampening. Microfractures in the left gauntlet's wrist joint, elevated heart rate, chakra reserves down 37%. Doom is functional. Doom is going to the medical wing. Doom does not. Doom is going to the medical wing, or Doom is sleeping on the couch tonight. Behind the mask, something twitched. Doom will visit the medical wing. Smart man. She turned and walked back toward the command post. Doom followed, 2 steps behind, which was in itself an extraordinary concession. From somewhere in the seal space, Kurama rumbled, "She's scarier than the Otsutsuki." Doom is aware, what Doom muttered, "Just making sure." The weeks after Momoshiki's death were busy. Doom integrated the Otsutsuki data into the armor's systems. The palm Rinnegan absorption technique was reverse engineered and replicated through seal arrays. He did not need literal Rinnegan in his palms, because Doom's engineering could replicate biological functions through technology and sorcery. The god tree biology was mapped, cataloged, and cross-referenced with every scrap of botanical and chakra research in Latverian archives, and the intelligence picture of Kara sharpened. Delta, recovered from her captivity and now restrained in a secure medical facility, was interrogated. Not through torture. Doom found torture inefficient, and beneath him, through targeted extraction. Kabuto's medical seals pulled operational data directly from her cybernetic implant's memory banks, bypassing the biological brain entirely. What they found was damning. Kara had 12 members. Each one was augmented, cybernetically, biologically, or through Otsutsuki-derived modifications. They operated across the Commonwealth's infrastructure, embedded in positions that gave them access to population data, chakra flow networks, and industrial systems. Their leader, Jigen, was the vessel for Ishiki Otsutsuki. He had been on this planet for centuries. He had survived the destruction of his original body by parasitically inhabiting a human host, and he had spent those centuries building the organization that would prepare this world for harvest, the God Tree. Kara's entire purpose was the God Tree, and the tree needed fuel. The chakra of the planet's population, Karen said, reading the analysis in the intelligence briefing room. Her face was hard. Every living thing, drained, converted into fruit. One fruit. For one consumer, Itachi added, Ishiki himself. Not anymore, Doom said from the head of the table. Momoshiki was the expected harvester. Ishiki was the cultivator. With Momoshiki dead, Ishiki will be forced to accelerate his timeline. Why? Karen asked. Because the Otsutsuki operate in pairs. One plants, one harvests. With his partner dead, Ishiki must do both. And his current vessel, this Jigen, is failing. The human body cannot sustain an Otsutsuki parasite indefinitely. He is running out of time. Doom stood. The chair scraped back, which means he will come to Doom. Soon, desperate, dangerous, and angry. He looked around the table, Karen, Ikimimaru, Kakashi, leaning against the wall with his arms folded. Guy for once sitting still. Doom will be ready, he said. Doom is always ready. The Kara members fell one by one. Doom sent his forces through the organization like fire through dry wood. Boro was first. The cult leader had established a compound in the former Land of Frost, where he preached a bastardized religion based on the Otsutsuki's power, while infecting his followers with a chakra-based virus that made them loyal and expendable. His regeneration technique, a dark fusion of biological manipulation and stolen Hashirama cells, made him nearly unkillable. Itachi handled it personally. He arrived at Boro's compound at midnight, alone, in his Latverian uniform. Sharingan dormant, Boro's guards saw a single man walking up the road and laughed. They stopped laughing when the genjutsu hit, a targeted area of effect illusion that made every guard in the compound see their worst fear for exactly 3 seconds, just long enough for Itachi to walk past all of them without breaking stride. Boro met him in the central temple. The cult leader was massive, 6.5 feet, broad, radiating the bloated confidence of a man who had told himself he was God-touched for so long he had started to believe it. You think one man can stop the will of Amaterasu? Black fire erupted across Boro's body. He screamed. His regeneration kicked in, flesh regrowing as fast as it burned. The flames consumed, the cells rebuilt, a stalemate of fire and biology. Itachi watched, patient. His Mangekyo spun slowly. Your regeneration has a core, Itachi said, a central cell cluster that directs the reconstruction, hidden in your torso behind 3 layers of redundant tissue. Boro's eyes widened through the flames. How did you? Lord Doom analyzed your combat data from the facility raids. The analysis took him 4 minutes. Itachi's hand moved. A single kunai, wrapped in an extraction seal, flew through the Amaterasu flames, which did not burn it because the seal was keyed to Itachi's own chakra signature and embedded itself in Boro's chest, in the exact spot where the regeneration core was housed. The seal activated. The core was pulled free. Without it, Boro's regeneration collapsed. The Amaterasu consumed him in seconds. Nothing left but ash and the lingering smell of burning pride. Itachi extinguished the flames, picked up the kunai, pocketed the extraction scroll containing Boro's regeneration data. He looked at the temple full of cultists, now kneeling, terrified, stripped of their guru. You are free, he told them. Latverian medical teams will arrive within the hour to treat your chakra infections. You will be relocated to safe housing. He turned and walked out. One of the cultists, a young woman, barely 20, whispered, "Who are you?" Itachi did not stop. Nobody important. Kakashi handled Victor. The Kara scientist had built a laboratory in the ruins of an old mining complex in the Land of Earth. He was old, brilliant, a man who had pursued immortality through technology the way Orochimaru had pursued it through biology, and who had come closer than anyone except Doom to achieving it. Kakashi brought a squad of 12 Doombots and 4 Anbu operatives. They breached the laboratory at dawn. Victor's automated defenses, which were, Kakashi had to admit, impressively designed, held them for 7 minutes. The Doombots adapted. Kakashi used Lightning Blade to cut through the main power conduit, and the defenses went dark. Victor was in his inner sanctum, an old man in a life support chair, surrounded by screens and machinery, his body held together by the same cybernetic augmentation that Doom had been perfecting for a decade. He looked at Kakashi, at the Doombots, at the smoking ruins of his defense grid. "You work for the boy in the mask," Victor said. "I do. His technology is derivative of principles I developed 20 years ago. I'll be sure to pass that along. He won't care." "No," Kakashi agreed. "He really won't." Victor's laboratory was captured intact by every piece of research, every prototype, every data file. It was shipped to the capital in sealed containers and delivered to Doom's personal research wing. Doom spent 2 hours reviewing Victor's work. When he finished, he set the files down and said, "Competent, for a man working with inferior tools and limited vision." It was, by Doom's standards, a glowing review. Victor himself was placed in a comfortable cell with excellent medical care and access to a library. He would live out his remaining days in Latvian custody, his mind tapped periodically for insights, his body maintained by the same technology he had spent his life trying to perfect. It was, by Doom standards, mercy. Guy handled the remaining outer members, 3 Kara operatives stationed across the lightning and water territories, running logistics and supply chains. He did not bring Doombots. He did not bring Anbu. He brought himself and an unholy amount of enthusiasm. The first operative surrendered after Guy punched through the front wall of his safe house with a dynamic entry that registered on local earthquake monitors. The second operative tried to fight. Guy opened the third gate and kicked the man through a cliff face. The operative survived, barely, and was collected by a medical team. The third operative took one look at the green spandex and the terrifying smile and put his hands up immediately. "Excellent! The power of voluntary surrender is also a form of youth." "Please stop talking," the operative whimpered. "Never." With the outer ring dismantled, only the core remained. Jigen, Ishiki, the real enemy. He came on a Tuesday. Doom was in his throne room. He had been reviewing the integration of Momoshiki's stolen Rinnegan mechanics into the armor's combat suite. The absorption arrays were functional but needed fine-tuning. The amplification output was at 83%, and Doom did not accept 83% of anything. Karen was in the intelligence wing. Kimimaro was in the training compound. Itachi was on the far side of the Commonwealth, running a cleanup operation on one of Boro's satellite cells. The throne room was empty except for Doom and 2 Doombot sentries at the door. Doom's sensors pinged. A chakra anomaly. Inside the fortress, inside the room, his eyes snapped to the throne. There was a man sitting on the armrest, small, slim, black hair, cut short, simple clothes, a face that was utterly unremarkable, the kind of face you'd pass on the street without a second glance. He was sitting on Doom's throne. Doom went absolutely still. The man smiled. It was a pleasant smile, the kind of smile that a predator gives a creature it has already decided to eat. "So," the man said, "the clever monkey who has been dismantling my organization." His voice was mild, conversational, the voice of a man discussing the weather while standing over a mass grave. Doom stared at him. The armor's sensors were running full analysis, and the results were terrifying. The chakra signature was massive, compressed, folded into layers so deep that a normal sensor would have read him as a civilian. But Doom's sensors were not normal. They peeled back the layers and found an ocean beneath, and something else. Something the sensors could not fully quantify. A spatial displacement field around the man's body. A permanent, ambient distortion that allowed him to shrink or expand objects and himself at will. Sukunahikona. The ability to reduce any non-living object to microscopic size, Jigen. The vessel of Ishiki Otsutsuki, in Doom's throne room, sitting on Doom's chair. "You sat in Doom's chair," Doom said. The words came out low, cold, every consonant carrying the weight of an empire. Jigen. Ishiki tilted his head. "It's comfortable, though I imagine it's more of a statement than a seat." "It is both, and you are sitting in it. Would you like me to move?" "Doom would like you to have never come here at all. Since you have, Doom will settle for your complete annihilation." Jigen's smile widened. He stood from the throne, slowly, casually, like a man rising from a nap. "You killed Momoshiki," he said. "That was unexpected. He was arrogant, even by our standards, but he was powerful, and you took him apart. In under 4 minutes. I was watching. His eyes dark, human-looking, hiding the Byakugan beneath the suppression field, locked onto Doom's mask. The question is whether you can do the same to me. And the answer, clever monkey, is no. He moved. No warning. No build-up. One instant he was standing by the throne. The next he was in front of Doom with his foot driving into the chest plate. The kick connected with enough force to launch Doom through the wall, through the corridor behind it, through 3 more walls, through the outer shell of the fortress itself. Doom hit the street outside and carved a trench 50 meters long, his armor grinding against stone and steel, sparks flying, the defensive seals absorbing the kinetic energy as fast as they could. He came to a stop, stood. The chest plate was cracked. Not the surface, the inner layer, the structural armor. One kick. Ishiki had cracked Doom's inner armor with one kick. Doom's combat systems recalibrated. Threat level upgraded from extreme to unprecedented. Ishiki appeared on the street above the trench. He floated a few inches off the ground, a casual display of power that was more insulting than any words. "Your armor is impressive," Ishiki said. "It took the full force of that strike and you are still standing. Most planets, the strongest warrior dies to the first hit." "Doom is standing because Doom was built to stand," Doom replied. The crack in his armor was already sealing, nanite repair seals activating, alloy regenerating. "And Doom will still be standing when you are not." Ishiki raised his hand. Between his fingers he held a black rod, a chakra-disrupting receiver, materialized from the Daikoku-ten, the dimensional storage space that existed outside of time. He threw it. Doom sidestepped. The rod hit the street and punched through 3 meters of reinforced stone like it was wet paper. Ishiki threw another, and another, and another. 20 rods in 2 seconds, each one appearing from thin air, each one aimed at a vital point, each one carrying enough force to impale a tailed beast. Doom dodged 7, blocked 4 with force fields. 3 hit the armor, 2 deflected off the outer shell, 1 pierced a joint gap and lodged in the left shoulder. Pain. Actual, genuine pain. The rod disrupted his chakra flow in the left arm. The gauntlet's systems flickered. Doom ripped the rod out, threw it back at Ishiki with a sorcerous acceleration seal. It hit Mach 3 before it crossed the distance. Ishiki caught it between 2 fingers. Cute! He shrunk it to the size of a grain of sand. Then he shrunk the 3 force field barriers Doom had deployed. Then he shrunk a section of the street beneath Doom's feet, collapsing it into a sinkhole. Doom flew. Nine-Tails chakra blazed to life, orange energy crackling over the armor. He rose above the sinkhole, above the street, above the rooftops. Ishiki rose with him. They faced each other in the sky above the capital. The city below was going to emergency protocols, sirens, Doombot mobilization, civilian shelters sealing. Karen's voice crackled through Doom's comm. "I see him. His chakra is God. His chakra is." "Doom knows," he said. "Stay clear. Like hell. Karen, stay clear." Silence. Then, "Don't you dare lose." Doom does not lose. He cut the channel, turned his full attention to Ishiki. The Otsutsuki hovered 20 meters away. His expression was calm, patient, the expression of something that had lived for 1,000 years and had not met a challenge worth getting excited about. "Let us see," Ishiki said, "what you have learned from Momoshiki's corpse." Doom raised both gauntlets. The stolen Rinnegan absorption arrays, replicated through seal technology, not biological eyes, activated in his palms. Green light flared. He fired first. Bolts of Balthak. The green beams lanced toward Ishiki. The Otsutsuki raised a hand. Sukuna Hikona activated. The beams shrunk to the width of a hair and passed harmlessly around his body. He could shrink Doom's attacks, reduce them to nothing. Doom had expected that. The bolts were a test. He filed the data. Sukuna Hikona worked on sorcerous energy, not just physical objects and chakra. That was important. Dimensional anchor seal, spatial lock. Doom deployed the same technique he had used against Kakashi years ago, a seal that locked spatial manipulation within a defined area. The green sigil spread across the sky between them, attempting to fix the dimensions in place and prevent Ishiki from shrinking anything within its radius. Ishiki felt the lock engage. He looked down at the sigil, back at Doom, and he pushed through it. His Sukuna Hikona flared. The spatial lock cracked, shattered. The sigil dissolved. "Clever," Ishiki said. But you are trying to lock a dimension with the tools of this dimension. I exist between dimensions. Your locks cannot hold what is already beyond them. Doom's jaw tightened behind the mask. His primary counter had failed. Adapt. Doom always adapted. Nagato, he broadcast on the sealed channel. Barrier Protocol 7. Full output. Target the entity above the capital. 3 miles away, in the barrier control center, Nagato's eyes blazed. His Rinnegan, both of them, restored to full power by Doom's medical intervention, locked onto the sky. Barrier Protocol 7. Shinra Tensei Amplification Array. The Continental Barrier Grid, hundreds of sealed relay points spread across the entire Commonwealth, redirected their output to a single focal point, Ishiki Otsutsuki. A gravitational repulsion wave hit the Otsutsuki from every direction simultaneously. The combined force of a barrier network designed to protect a continent, focused on one target. Ishiki staggered, his body compressed under the gravitational assault. For 1 second, one full second, he was pinned. Doom closed the distance. Nine Tails Bijou mode fully active. Orange chakra cloak burning around the armor. Nine Tails spreading behind him like a solar corona. Doom's legacy. Absolute Rasengan. He drove the technique into Ishiki's chest, the Otsutsuki's body cratered inward. The gravitational pin and the Rasengan's rotational force combined, Ishiki's ribs cracked, his sternum fractured. Otsutsuki blood sprayed gold across Doom's mask. Ishiki's eyes went wide. For the first time in centuries, something had hurt him significantly. Then his hand closed around Doom's wrist. "Not bad," Ishiki whispered, blood on his lips. His other hand pulled a massive black cube from Daikokuten, a structure the size of a house, stored outside of time. Materialized at full size directly on top of Doom, the cube hit. The weight was staggering. Compressed matter, dense beyond anything natural, slamming Doom toward the ground like a hammer driving a nail. Doom fired his repulsors. Every system maxed. The Nine Tails chakra pushed back against the cube's weight. He was slowing, but still falling. Chains of Kraken. Green chains erupted from the armor and wrapped the cube. They could not destroy it. The mass was too great, but they could redirect it. Doom twisted in midair, using the chains as leverage, and flung the cube sideways. It crashed into an empty field 2 miles from the capital, the impact crater visible from space. Doom was breathing hard. The armor's damage readout was flashing warnings. Left gauntlet, compromised. Chest plate, inner layer cracked in 3 places. Chakra reserves, 51%. Nine Tails cloak, straining the seal integration. Ishiki was already moving again. Healed. The Rasengan damage was regenerating, not as fast as Boro's regeneration, but fast enough. Otsutsuki physiology was simply built different. He pulled more rods from Daikokuten, a dozen this time, threw them in a spread pattern that covered every escape angle. Doom used Kamui. The spatial vortex swallowed 6 rods. 3 more he deflected with force fields. The remaining 3 he tanked, 2 bouncing off the armor's reinforced sections, 1 piercing the right thigh. He grunted, ripped it out. The nanite repair seals were working overtime. Ishiki appeared in front of him, close, too close. His fist drove into Doom's mask. The mask held, but Doom's head snapped back. The neural interface glitched for a half second. His vision went white. When it cleared, Ishiki had his hand around Doom's throat. "You are remarkable," Ishiki said. He was holding Doom in the air, one hand, no effort, truly. "No creature on any world I have visited has survived this long against me. Your technology, your sorcery, your stolen powers, all of it, combined, almost makes you my equal." He squeezed. The armor's neck guard creaked. Almost. Doom's hand came up, pressed against Ishiki's forearm. The Palm Rinnegan array, Momoshiki's stolen technique, reverse engineered, replicated, and now deployed for the first time in combat, activated. The array did not absorb a technique. It absorbed Ishiki's chakra directly, from his body, through skin contact, pulling the energy out of his cells like water through a sponge. Ishiki's grip faltered. His eyes went wide. The Byakugan, his real eyes, hidden beneath the human disguise, now flaring in shock, pulsed. That's not possible. You shouldn't be able to." "Doom does what is necessary," Doom said. His voice was strained. Ishiki's hand was still on his throat, but the drain was working. The Otsutsuki's grip was weakening. "And this is over," Ishiki roared. He released Doom's throat and threw him straight down into the earth with enough force to crater a city block. Doom hit the ground and kept going. Through the street, through the sewer system, through the bedrock. He came to a stop 40 meters underground, embedded in rock, armor screaming warnings. He lay there for 2 seconds, just 2. Then he blasted upward, through the rock, through the street, into the sky. Ninetales' cloak blazing, Kurama's voice in his mind. Hey kid, you still alive in there? Doom is operational. You just got thrown through the planet's crust. Doom noticed. Hit him with the big one. I'll give you everything. All of it. Every drop. The armor's seal integration cannot handle. Then let the seals break. You can fix them later, if there is a later. Doom hesitated, for 1/10 of a second. Then he opened the floodgates. Kurama's full power, the Ninetales, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the living disaster that had destroyed mountains and rewritten geography, erupted through the seal integration in a torrent that overloaded every limiter in the armor. Seals cracked, circuits burned. The armor's surface blazed orange gold, the dark alloy disappearing under a shell of pure Biju chakra. Doom rose above the capital in a form that no one on this planet had ever seen. The Ninetales chakra construct manifested around the armor, a massive armored fox shape, orange and blazing, with Doom at its core. The construct was 50 meters tall. Its 9 tails swept the sky. Its eyes, Doom's eyes, green behind the iron mask, burning at the center of the fox's head, radiated power on a scale that the Continental Sensor Array had no metric for. Every person in the capital looked up. Every Doombot stopped. Every sensor in the Commonwealth pinged. Karen, standing at the command post window, stared. What the hell is that? Someone behind her whispered. That's my husband, she said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were shaking. Ishiki looked up at the blazing form. His face, for the first time, showed something other than calm superiority. It showed surprise. You merged with the beast, he said. A full Biju integration channeled through technological augmentation. I've never seen that on any world. Doom is not any world, the blazing form replied. The voice was layered now, Doom and Kurama speaking as one. Doom is unique, and Doom ends this now. The fox construct lunged. One massive claw swept across the sky. Ishiki dodged, barely, the wind pressure alone tearing up the landscape below. The other claw followed, then the tails. 9 tails, each one a weapon, each one carrying enough force to shatter a mountain, sweeping through the air in a pattern designed not just to hit, but to cage. Ishiki dodged, shrunk objects, pulled weapons from Daikokuten. He was fast, impossibly, terrifyingly fast, but the fox construct was everywhere. Every direction he turned, a tail was there. Every escape angle he found, a claw closed it. Biju bomb. The construct's mouth opened. Compressed Biju chakra, black and white energy, dense beyond density, formed a sphere the size of a small building, and fired. The beam was not aimed at Ishiki. It was aimed at the Daikokuten access point, the dimensional tear that Ishiki used to pull his weapons and store his body. Doom had been mapping its location with the armor's sensors throughout the fight, using every instance of object retrieval to triangulate the dimensional anchor. The beam hit the anchor point. The dimensional fabric tore. Daikoten destabilized. The pocket dimension outside of time cracked, venting stored objects into reality at random. Black cubes, rods, weapons, debris. All of it falling from invisible tears in the sky. Ishiki's eyes went fully white. The Byakugan blazed in their true form. His human disguise peeled away. Pale skin, horns, the face of an ancient Otsutsuki revealed for the first time. My dimension, he screamed. You destroyed mine. Doom destroyed your toolbox, Doom said. Now fight without it. Ishiki's face twisted. Rage, real, genuine alien rage, he charged. Full speed. No weapons, no dimensional tricks. Just the raw, physical power of an Otsutsuki who had consumed worlds before humanity existed. His fist hit the fox construct's chest. The impact wave flattened everything within a kilometer. The construct staggered. Cracks appeared in the chakra shell. Doom felt it. Kurama felt it. The fox snarled. He hits hard, Kurama growled. Doom noticed. Hit him back. Doom clenched the construct's fist. Swung Foxclaw met Otsutsuki. The collision was visible from space. A sphere of light that expanded, contracted, and detonated upward in a pillar that split the cloud layer from horizon to horizon. Ishiki flew backward. His body was broken. Horns cracked. One arm hanging wrong. Gold blood streaming from wounds that his regeneration was struggling to close. Because the fox construct's attacks were laced with Ninetales chakra, a corrosive force that fought healing at the cellular level. He was losing. He knew it. The awareness dawned on his ancient face like a slow, terrible sunrise. This is not. I am Ishikio Tsutsuki. I have lived for 1,000. The fox construct opened its mouth again. Another Biju bomb, but this one was different. Doom channeled his sorcery through it. Dimensional implosion energy, the same force he had used to kill Momoshiki, but amplified 100-fold by Kurama's output. Doom's reckoning. The beam fired. Not a straight line, a spiraling helix of orange and green, Biju chakra and sorceress fire twisting together into something that was not chakra and was not magic, but was both. And was neither and was absolutely, fundamentally, existentially destructive. Ishiki tried to dodge. His broken body wouldn't respond fast enough. He tried Sukuna Hikona, shrinking himself to escape. The beam followed. Doom had woven Momoshiki's tracking absorption into the attack. The beam chased the shrinking target, adjusting scale, hunting the Otsutsuki down to the molecular level. Impact. The detonation was not an explosion. It was an erasure, a sphere of annihilation that consumed everything within its radius. Matter, energy, dimensional fabric, and left absolute nothing behind. The sphere contracted, collapsed, vanished. Where Ishiki had been, there was empty sky. Doom's extraction seal, pre-deployed, embedded in the attack structure, activated in the instant before the erasure completed. In that fraction of a second, everything Ishiki was, his Daikoku-ten dimensional mechanics, his Sukuna Hikona spatial manipulation, his Byakugan data, his Otsutsuki lineage, his 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, was pulled free and transmitted to the armor's storage array. The Fox construct dissipated. Kurama's chakra receded. Doom fell. He fell from the sky. The armor was wrecked. Half the seal arrays were burned out. The left gauntlet was non-functional. The right leg servos were locked. The mask was cracked. A single fracture running from the left eye slit to the jaw. He hit the ground. Hard. Cratered. Lay there. For 5 seconds, nothing moved. Then he pushed himself up, slowly. One arm, then the other. Knees. Feet, standing. The armor was smoking. The cloak was gone, burned away in the Biju mode's chakra output. The mask's crack ran like a scar across the iron face. But he was standing. From the command post 2 miles away, Karen watched through the long-range sensor display. She saw his vitals. Heart rate 180. Chakra reserves 4%. Internal temperature critical. Nanite repair overwhelmed. She was already running. She found him in the crater. He was on his feet, but barely. The armor's automatic systems were the only thing keeping him upright. His breathing was ragged, visible through the mask's shattered left eye slit where the iron had fallen away to expose the skin beneath. One green eye, one cheek. The whisker marks, human. Underneath all of it, still human. Karen did not run to him. She walked, steady, measured. Because running would mean panic, and Karen Uzumaki did not panic. She stopped in front of him. Looked at the ruined armor, at the cracked mask, at the one visible eye. "You look terrible," she said. Doom is functional. Doom is standing through sheer stubbornness and duct tape. Doom does not use duct tape. Doom uses nanite repair seals, which are clearly doing a bang-up job. She reached up. Her fingers touched the cracked mask gently, traced the fracture line from the eye slit to the jaw. "You killed a god today," she said. Quiet now. The sharpness was there, but underneath it something else. Something she showed only to him. Only ever to him. "Doom killed an invader," he corrected. "The distinction matters. Does it?" He looked at her. Through the broken mask, through the failing armor, through the exhaustion that was pulling at every cell in his body. "Karen." "What?" "Doom is tired." It was the most vulnerable thing he had ever said. In 21 years of life, through 2 lifetimes of memory, through a decade of conquest and rule, and the systematic dismantlement of every threat that dared to exist in his world, Doom had never once admitted weakness. Karen looked at him for a long moment. Then she put her arm around his waist. Took his weight. The armor was heavy, 400 pounds of cracked alloy and burned seals, but Karen was an Uzumaki, and Uzumaki did not break under weight. "Come on," she said. "Medical wing, now." Doom does not. "Shut up, walk." He walked, leaning on her, 1 step at a time. Through the crater, up the shattered street, past the Doombots that had formed a silent honor guard along the path. Hundreds of them, standing at attention, faceplates dark, weapons lowered. They walked past Kimimaro, who had arrived at the edge of the battle zone and was kneeling. His white armor was streaked with dust. His eyes were bright with something that might have been awe. They walked past Kakashi, who stood on a rooftop with his hands in his pockets and his one visible eye tracking them. He said nothing, but he saluted, a Konoha salute, the old kind, the one they used before Latveria, before the collars, before everything. They walked past Guy, who was crying openly and doing push-ups at the same time, because that was just what Guy did when emotions were involved. And they walked into the medical wing, where Kabuto was waiting with the surgical team, and a look on his face that said he had been watching the fight on the sensor display and had already prepared for the worst. Lord Doom. Save the armor first, Doom said. The man inside it is secondary. Karen punched his shoulder, hard enough to hurt even through the damaged plating. The man is primary, she told Kabuto, armor second, and if he argues, sedate him. Kabuto looked between them, adjusted his glasses. Understood, Lady Karen. Doom's repair took 3 days, 2 for his body. Uzumaki regeneration, boosted by Kurama's passive healing, accelerated the process. 1 more for the armor. The version 9 suit was damaged beyond field repair, but the manufacturing wing produced replacement components at Doom's specification. During those 3 days, the Commonwealth processed what had happened. The fight had been visible for 100 miles. The energy readings had been detected across the continent. Every sensor, every barrier node, every Doombot, all of them had recorded data from the engagement that would take Nagato's analysis teams months to fully interpret. The short version, 2 god-tier entities had fought above the capital. One was dead, the other was Doom. The long version was the one that mattered. In the intelligence wing, Karen compiled the after-action report. It was 200 pages long and classified above top secret. He was stronger than Momoshiki, she told Itachi during a briefing session. Significantly, if Doom hadn't destroyed the Daikuten early in the fight, Lord Doom would have adapted regardless, Itachi said. Lord Doom nearly died. Lord Doom was at 4% chakra when the fight ended. His internal temperature was critical. His armor failed in 7 subsystems, and he still won. He always wins, Lady Karen. She looked at Itachi. His face was unreadable as always. But his Sharingan, dormant, read those ancient eyes that had seen the worst of humanity and chosen to serve the worst of Doom's authority anyway, held something that was not quite loyalty. It was faith. She found that more terrifying than Ishiki. On the 3rd day, Doom rose from the medical bed, put on the repaired armor, and walked to the throne room. The damage from Ishiki's first kick had been repaired. The wall was rebuilt. The throne was intact. The fortress hummed with its usual energy. He sat, activated the data integration. Ishiki's stolen abilities flooded through the armor's systems. Sukunahi Kona, the ability to shrink non-living objects, integrated through seal arrays that could compress matter on command. Daikokuten, reconstructed from the dimensional data extracted during Ishiki's death, a pocket dimension that Doom now owned. Objects stored outside of time, retrieved at will. He tested Daikokuten. Stored a chair, retrieved it. The chair appeared in the same condition it had been stored. No degradation, no time passage, no wear. He stored a Doombot, retrieved it. Functional, identical. Useful, Doom said. He stored a mountain. Not literally, but the dimensional capacity was staggering. Doom spent the next week mapping its limits and found very few. Daikokuten could store objects of virtually any size for virtually any duration. An arsenal outside of time, he began filling it. 3 weeks after Ishiki's death, Code went insane. Or more accurately, Code, who had been barely sane to begin with, lost whatever remained of his grip on reality when the news of Jigen's destruction reached him through Kara's crumbling communication network. Code was Ishiki's most devoted follower. A young man with white hair and claw-marked tattoos who had been modified by Ishiki's will, given a karma mark, a genetic imprint of the Otsutsuki, that carried power so immense that Ishiki himself had placed limiters on it. Code at full power was a variable that even Ishiki had not been confident enough to leave unchecked. With the limiters on, Code was S rank. A teleportation fighter who used his claw marks, which he could place on any surface, as instant travel portals. He could appear from any wall, any floor, any ceiling. He was fast, vicious, and driven by a fanaticism that bordered on religious mania. With the limiters off, Code was something else entirely. Something that Ishiki's own data, now in Doom's possession, described as potentially uncontrollable. Code tore through 3 Commonwealth territories in 2 days. His claw marks had been pre-placed across the continent during Kara's years of infiltration. On buildings, on bridges, on the undersides of Doombot patrol routes. He materialized from nowhere, killed everything within reach, and vanished before response teams could mobilize. 17 Doombots destroyed. 4 Commonwealth installations damaged. 1 regional governor's office attacked. The governor survived only because a Doombot threw itself in front of Code's strike and took the blow. Kimimaro intercepted on the 3rd day. The Bone General tracked Code's movement pattern. Itachi's intelligence network mapped the claw marks, identified the sequence, predicted the next target, and was waiting when Code materialized in the ruins of a border outpost in the former Land of Rivers. Code came through the wall. Literally. His body emerged from a claw mark on the stone surface like a ghost stepping out of a painting. His eyes were wild, white hair disheveled. The karma marks on his body pulsed. He saw Kimimaro and snarled. "You're one of his." Code as one of the monkey's pets. "Doom is no monkey," Kimimaro said. He drew his bone blade, white, humming. The chakra alloy edge caught the firelight from the burning outpost. "And I am nobody's pet. I am his sword." Code launched. His fighting style was chaos, teleportation after teleportation, materializing from claw marks on the ground, the walls, the ceiling, attacking from every angle with clawed hands that tore through materials harder than steel. Kimimaro fought geometry. His bone constructs erupted from every surface. Dance of the seedling fern, modified, the bones sprouting from walls and ceilings as well as the ground. Every time Code materialized from a claw mark, a bone spike was there to meet him. Not to kill, to redirect, to channel, to herd. Code screamed in frustration. He was fast. Kimimaro was smarter. "Stand still!" Code roared, materializing behind Kimimaro and driving his clawed hand at the bone user's spine. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro spun. His bone sword met Code's claws. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. Code's eyes widened. The sword was stronger than his claws. The chakra alloy held where ordinary bone would have crumbled. They traded blows. 30 exchanges in 10 seconds. Kimimaro's bone constructs closed in around them. A cage of white spears, tightening, eliminating Code's teleportation options by covering every claw mark within range. Code broke free. Slashed through 3 bone spears. Teleported to a mark on the far wall. Kimimaro was already there. Bone blade driving forward. The blade caught Code's shoulder. Pierced through. Code snarled, grabbed the blade with his bare hand, and pulled Kimimaro toward him. Their faces were inches apart. Code's eyes burned with grief and fury. Kimimaro's were calm. "Your master is dead," Kimimaro said. "Your cause is finished. My lord offers you purpose." "Your lord killed." "Your lord was going to devour this planet. Every man, woman, and child, every living thing, reduced to fuel for a fruit." Kimimaro twisted the blade. Code gasped. "My lord stopped him. That is not murder. That is mercy." Code's mouth worked. No words came. Kimimaro withdrew the blade, stepped back, and waited. Code stood there, bleeding from the shoulder, surrounded by bone spears, claw marks useless. Kimimaro's constructs covered every surface. He could fight. He could die fighting. It was what Ishiki would have wanted, but Ishiki was dead, and the man who killed him had conquered a world and made it better. Code had seen the Commonwealth territories, had seen the schools, the hospitals, the children who grew up without war. Had seen it and hated it because it proved that Ishiki's vision, the God tree, the chakra fruit, the endless consumption, was not the only path. Code dropped to his knees. Not in surrender, in collapse. The fury went out of him like air from a punctured balloon. "What's the point?" he whispered. "What's the point of any of it?" Kimimaro looked at him, and for a moment, just a moment, the Bone General's expression softened. He knew what it was like to lose the only master who had ever given you purpose. He had been there, in Orochimaru's labs, waiting to die for a snake who saw him as spare parts. And then Doom had come. "The point," Kimimaro said, "is that someone stronger has a better plan, and you can either serve that plan or be consumed by its absence." Code said nothing. Kimimaro activated his comm. "Lord Doom, target is subdued, awaiting instructions." Doom's voice, clear and cold through the channel. Bring him to the capital, alive, intact. Doom has use for him. Kimimaro looked at Code. Stand up. Code stood. They walked out of the burning outpost together. Kimimaro in front, Code behind. The bone user's spine was exposed, a show of trust or a show of dominance. With Kimimaro, it was impossible to tell the difference. Code arrived at the capital in chains, not physical chains, but sealed restraints that locked his chakra output and dampened his karma marks. He was brought to the lower level of the fortress. A containment room, clean, white. A single chair. Doom was already there. He stood, mask, armor, cloak, the full presence. Code looked at him and felt something he had not expected to feel, awe. Not willing awe, forced, instinctive, the biological response of a predator recognizing a bigger predator. The chakra emanating from the armor was massive, layered. Doom's own power, plus Kurama, plus Orochimaru's stolen jutsu library, plus Momoshiki's absorbed techniques, plus Ishiki's dimensional abilities. Code was standing in front of the most powerful being on the planet, and the being was looking at him the way a collector looks at a rare specimen. Your limiters, Doom said. Ishiki placed them because he feared your full power. Doom does not fear anything. He raised his gauntlet. Doom will remove them. Code's eyes went wide. If you remove the limiters, my power will be limitless. Yes, Doom is aware. That is the point. The gauntlet pressed against Code's chest. The seal arrays activated. Not an extraction, but a release. A targeted deactivation of the barriers that Ishiki had woven into Code's karma marks. The limiters broke. Code's power exploded. The containment room's walls buckled. The seals that lined every surface blazed white-hot as they struggled to contain the energy release. Code's body arched. His mouth opened in a silent scream. The karma mark spread across his skin, white lines covering every inch of his body, burning with a light that was not chakra. His power was vast, limitless, an infinite well of energy that kept producing more the moment you drew from it. Every sensor in the fortress redlined. Nagato's barrier array, 3 miles away, sent an emergency alert. Karen, monitoring from the intelligence wing, swore and began evacuation protocols. The power output climbed. Higher, higher. The containment room seals cracked. The walls began to disintegrate. Doom stood in the center of it, unmoved. The armor absorbed the ambient energy through its stolen Rinnegan arrays, cycling it through the systems, bleeding off the excess into Daikokutin storage. He let Code's power build for exactly 30 seconds, long enough to map its full spectrum, long enough to understand its nature. Then he placed the collar around Code's neck. Techno-magical control collar, version 4, built specifically for this purpose. Iron band, green crystal at the throat, seals on the inside designed to interface with karma marks and Otsutsuki-derived biology. The crystal pulsed, once, twice. Steady.Code's power output dropped to 0. Not suppressed, redirected, channeled through the collar into the armor's control matrix. Every drop of that limitless power now flowing through Doom's systems like water through a pipe. Code's screaming stopped. His eyes changed. The wild, grief-stricken fury drained away. His pupils contracted. His irises shifted to green. He stood straight, arms at his sides, face blank. Lord Doom, Code said. His voice was flat, awaiting orders. Doom looked at him, at the most powerful weapon he had ever collared, at the limitless chakra battery now standing at attention in a ruined containment room. You fought for a dead god, Doom said. Doom offers you a living one. Code bowed his head. Behind the green eyes, behind the collar's control matrix, behind the blank expression, something screamed. A mind still conscious, still aware, trapped behind a wall of technology and sorcery. Code's real self, grieving, furious, track broken, hammered against the inside of the collar's control with the desperation of a man buried alive. The collar held. It always held. Doom turned and walked out. The containment room's destroyed walls would be rebuilt. The data from Code's limiter release was already being processed. In the corridor outside, Karen was waiting, arms crossed, glasses reflecting the green glow from the containment room. Another collar, she said. A necessary one. They're all necessary, according to you, because they are all necessary. She looked at the doorway, at the figure standing motionless inside. He's a person, you know. He was a weapon before Doom got to him. Ishiki built him as a weapon. Doom simply changed who holds the trigger. And that makes it right? Doom stopped, turned, looked at her. Doom does not claim righteousness, Karen. Doom claims results. That man's power, uncollared and undirected, would have eventually destroyed several Commonwealth territories and killed thousands of civilians. Collared and directed, he is the most powerful defensive asset on the planet. And the person inside the collar is alive, which is more than can be said for the alternatives. She stared at him. He stared back. This was the argument they had been having for years, the unresolved tension at the center of their partnership. Karen loved what Doom built. She struggled with how he built it. She did not push further. Not today. The analysis teams want your review on the Ishiki data, she said, changing the subject with the practiced ease of a woman who knew when to retreat. Doom will be there in 10 minutes. She nodded, walked away. Her footsteps echoed in the corridor, sharp, measured, carrying everything she had not said. Doom watched her go. Behind the cracked mask, he had not replaced it yet, wore the fracture line like a scar. Something complicated moved through his mind. Something that Victor Von Doom's memories did not contain a framework for, because in another life, the man behind the mask had never let anyone close enough to argue with. This was new, even for Doom. Even after 2 lifetimes, he turned back to the corridor, walked to the analysis wing. There was work to do. Jura made landfall 6 weeks later. No warning, no approach vector, no dimensional rift or spatial distortion. One moment the sky over the eastern continent was clear. The next, something hit. The impact registered on every sensor in the Commonwealth simultaneously. Not as a reading, as a blackout. Every instrument within 500 miles went dark for 3 seconds, overwhelmed by an energy spike that exceeded their design parameters. When the sensors came back online, there was a crater, 12 miles wide, 2 miles deep. Steam rising from the edges where the ocean had rushed in and been instantly vaporized. The former coastline of the land of water had been rewritten. 3 towns, evacuated in the aftermath of the Ishiki battle, their populations relocated inland, were simply gone. In the center of the crater, something stood. It was massive, 30 meters tall, vaguely humanoid. Its body was composed of biomass that shifted between organic tissue and crystallized chakra, white and gold, glowing, pulsing with a heartbeat that you could feel through the ground from 100 miles away. Its face, if it could be called a face, was smooth, featureless. 2 eyes burned in the blank surface, pale and vast and ancient. Jura, an evolved Otsutsuki-adjacent entity, born from the God Tree's failed cultivation attempts across other worlds. A being that existed at the intersection of biology and planetary-scale chakra manipulation. Less intelligent than Momoshiki or Ishiki, less subtle, less strategic, but physically, it was the strongest thing that had ever walked this planet's surface. It stood in the crater, looked around. The pale eyes swept the horizon, the ocean, the smoke, the distant coastline. Then it began to walk, inland. Each step covered 100 meters. Each footfall shook the earth. Doom received the data while he was in the armor maintenance bay, overseeing the installation of the Dadaiko interface into the suit's dimensional subsystem. The technician at the sensor console went pale. Lord Doom, Eastern Continent, impact event, magnitude. Doom sees it. He was already at the console, reading the data over the technician's shoulder. Energy signature, biomass composition, movement pattern, Otsutsuki adjacent, God Tree derivative, physical power rating, unmeasurable with current instruments. Sir, it's moving toward the populated zones. At current speed, it will reach the first major settlement in 2 hours. Doom straightened. Clear the armor bay. Full combat preparation. Doom deploys in 30 minutes. Lord Doom, the armor's Daikokutin integration is only at 71%. Then Doom will fight at 71%. He walked to the armor station. The version 9 suit, repaired, upgraded, now carrying the integrated systems of every enemy Doom had ever defeated, powered on around him. Plates sealed, seals ignited, the mask clicked into place. The crack was gone, repaired with a new alloy that was stronger than the original. Karen, her voice on the comm already sharp. I see it. Evacuations are underway. Nagato is raising the barrier grid to maximum. Doom will intercept in the field. Keep all assets at minimum 50 miles from the target. This is Doom's engagement. Alone? After what happened with Ishiki, Doom learned from Ishiki. This will be different. A pause. How different? Smarter. He launched from the fortress. Flight mode. green energy beneath his boots, Nine Tails chakra humming in the background, the new Daikokuten interface warm and ready along his forearms. He covered the distance in 12 minutes. Jura was mid-stride when Doom arrived. The massive entity was crossing a river basin that it had already reduced to steam. Its footfalls left craters that filled with groundwater. The surrounding forest was flattened for miles in every direction from the air pressure alone. Doom hovered at eye level. 50 meters up, facing the blank, featureless face, Jura's eyes locked onto him. The entity stopped walking. For a moment they regarded each other, the armored man and the walking catastrophe. Jura spoke. Its voice was deep, resonant, less a sound and more a vibration in the bones of the earth itself. Small. Doom has been called worse, Doom replied, by things that no longer exist. He raised his right gauntlet. The Daikokuten interface activated. This was not going to be a fight. This was going to be a theft. Doom fired first. Not an attack, but a dimensional anchor. A series of Daikokuten-derived seals launched from his gauntlet and embedded themselves in the air around Jura, forming a perimeter. Each seal pulsed green, syncing with the pocket dimension that Doom now controlled. Jura swung, one arm, the size of a building, sweeping toward Doom with enough force to liquefy anything it hit. Doom activated Tsukunai Kona, Ishiki's stolen technique. The arm shrunk, compressed to 1/100th of its size, just long enough for the swing to pass harmlessly beneath Doom's position. Then it expanded back to full size, the momentum redirected into empty air. Jura's blank face showed something. Confusion, maybe. The pale eyes blinked. It swung again. Doom shrunk the fist again. Then the follow-up. Then the kick. Every attack, reduced to nothing at the moment of contact and restored after it passed. Jura roared. The sound wave alone would have killed an ordinary human. Doom's armor absorbed it through acoustic dampening seals. "You are strong," Doom said. Doom acknowledges this, but strength without intelligence is just weather. He activated the Daikokuten perimeter. The dimensional anchors fired simultaneously. A field of outside time energy expanded from each seal point, converging on Jura from every direction. The entity's movement slowed, not from weakness, but from the temporal distortion field that was pulling it out of the normal flow of time. Jura fought it. Its massive chakra reserves pushed back against the temporal drag. For a moment, a heart-stopping moment, it looked like the field would collapse. Doom fed it more power. Kurama's chakra, Nine Tails output directed through the Daikokuten interface, reinforcing the temporal field with Biju-level energy density. Jura's movement slowed further. One arm, mid-swing, froze, then the other, then the legs, then the torso. The entity was frozen, trapped in a bubble of non-time. Eyes still burning, mouth still open, but motionless, a statue of living apocalypse. Doom descended, slowly, landed on the ground in front of the frozen giant, looked up at it. "Every piece," he said quietly. "Doom takes every piece." He pressed both gauntlets against Jura's frozen leg. The extraction seals activated, full spectrum, maximum throughput, pulling everything from the entity's body while it was locked outside of time and unable to resist. The extraction took 11 minutes. 11 minutes of green light pouring from the massive form, Jura's biochakra, its God tree connection data, its Otsutsuki lineage information, its cellular composition, its dimensional resonance patterns, all of it, pulled, filed, stored. When the extraction completed, Doom released the temporal field. Jura's body, drained, hollowed, a shell of what it had been, staggered. One step, two. The pale eyes flickered. The glow in its body died. The biomass began to dissolve. Not violently, but quietly, like sand falling through an hourglass, it collapsed. 30 meters of God tree derivative, crumbling into dust that caught the wind and scattered across the crater. Doom stood, looked at the empty space where Jura had been, turned, flew home. In the weeks that followed, Doom dismantled what remained of Kara. It was not a war. It was a cleanup. Itachi's intelligence network identified every remaining cell, every hidden operative, every dormant asset. Teams deployed. Kimimaro led the combat operations, bone constructs breaching underground bunkers, extraction seals pulling data from captured equipment. Kakashi ran the special operations, infiltrating, neutralizing, vanishing before anyone knew he had been there. Delta's cybernetic implants were removed, analyzed, and cataloged. Her destruction beam optics, a weapon system that could output damage rivaling a Biju bomb, were reverse engineered and filed into the Latvian weapons archive. The woman herself was placed in the same medical care facility as Victor, her body rebuilt with clean prosthetics that were, frankly, superior to what Kara had given her. She hated Doom for it. Doom did not notice or care. Boro's cult was already gone. His followers, freed from the chakra infection, treated by Commonwealth medical teams, dispersed back into the civilian population. Some needed years of therapy. All of them needed to learn that the man they had worshipped was a fraud. Victor's technology was integrated into Latvian R&D. His research on cybernetic biological interfaces produced 3 new medical applications within the first month, including a prosthetic limb design that surpassed anything Kabuto's team had previously developed. Doom reviewed the designs. "Competent," he said again. "Doom has improved them. He always improved them." The God Tree was found 7 miles beneath the capital. Itachi's team discovered it during a deep scan operation using the new sensors derived from Jura's biochakra data. The tree was massive, a root network that extended for miles in every direction, buried in bedrock, growing slowly, feeding on ambient chakra that seeped from the surface. It was not yet mature, decades from producing a chakra fruit, but it was alive, growing, a ticking clock wrapped in roots and bark. Doom went alone. He descended through the fortress's lower levels, through subterranean tunnels, through sealed passages that had once been part of Orochimaru's original laboratory network. Deeper, deeper, past the last Doombot patrol station, past the last artificial light source, into the dark, and there it was. The God Tree. Its trunk was white, smooth, luminous, casting a faint glow that lit the cavern like a second moon. Its roots spread in every direction, thick as buildings, pulsing with a slow, deep rhythm that was less a heartbeat and more a breathing. The air around it was thick with raw chakra, so dense that an ordinary person would have choked on it. Doom stood before the trunk. His armor's sensors cataloged everything: the tree's cellular composition, its chakra absorption rate, its growth vectors, its dimensional anchoring. Because the God Tree existed partially outside of normal space, its roots threading through dimensional boundaries in ways that even Doom found impressive. He looked at the tree for a long time. "You are the thing they came for," he said. "The reason they visited this planet. The reason they consumed worlds. All of it. The Otsutsuki, the God Tree, the chakra fruit. It is a cycle. A harvesting cycle. And this world was next on the list." The tree did not respond. Trees did not respond. But the chakra in the air shifted slightly, as if the organism was aware of the presence before it. "Doom does not destroy resources," he said. "Doom claims them." He raised both gauntlets, every seal array activated. The combined knowledge of Momoshiki's God Tree biology, Ishiki's dimensional sealing, Nagato's barrier architecture, Jura's biochakra data, and Doom's own Fuinjutsu mastery, all of it, unified, directed at a single purpose. Sealing array, absolute dominion. The seals erupted from his gauntlets, not as light, but as structure. Physical visible seal formations that spread across the tree's trunk, its roots, its branches. They carved themselves into the bark like living tattoos, burrowing into the wood, threading through the dimensional anchors, wrapping the entire organism in a cage of Fuinjutsu so complete that every cell of the tree was individually accounted for. The process took 4 hours. Doom did not rest, did not pause. He walked around the tree, adjusting seal formations, reinforcing weak points, integrating the dimensional anchors with his Daikokuten interface so that the tree's extra-dimensional roots were under his control as well. When it was done, the God Tree pulsed, still alive, still growing, but different. The chakra in its roots now flowed through Doom's seal arrays. Its growth rate was under his control. Its dimensional anchoring was locked to his Daikokuten. Its capacity to produce chakra fruit existed at Doom's command and no one else's. A God Tree, enslaved to Doom's will, the most powerful biological weapon in the universe, growing silently in the depths of his capital. He stood back, looked at the sealed tree. The green light from the seals mixed with the tree's natural glow, creating a color that was neither natural nor artificial, something new, something Doom. "You are Doom's now," he said, "and if they come looking for you, and they will come, they will find Doom instead." He turned, walked back through the tunnels, back through the sealed passages, back into the fortress, the doors sealed behind him. The God Tree pulsed in the dark. patient, waiting. Owned, Doom climbed to the roof. The same roof where he had dropped Hiruzen Sarutobi's body years ago. The same roof where the barrier team had erected the 4 Violet Flames encampment and watched a 13-year-old boy in a metal mask kill their leader. The roof had been rebuilt, reinforced. An observation platform now, with a railing and a wide, flat surface where Doom could stand and see his entire capital spread below. He stood at the edge. The city was lit, electric lights, Doom's design, powered by chakra conversion generators that ran on the ambient energy of a population that was alive and healthy and growing. 6 million people. His people, the Hokage monument loomed to the north. 5 faces, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato. The iron mask, his father's face, was next to his. Doom looked at it for a moment. The feeling that moved through him was complex. Not grief, not love, something between acknowledgement and dismissal. The 4th Hokage had been a great man. Doom was a greater one. That was not arrogance, it was measurement. Footsteps behind him, familiar. Not heavy enough to be armored. Not light enough to be a Doombot. Karen stood beside him, actually beside him. Shoulder to shoulder, not a step behind. She was the only one who stood there, ever. Kimimaro stood behind. Itachi stood in the shadows. Kakashi stood wherever he wanted because Kakashi was Kakashi. But beside, at the same level, the same position, the same height of command, that was Karen's place. She looked out at the city, then at him. He held the mask, removed, resting in his gauntlet. The night air touched his face. The whisker marks, the green eyes, the jaw that had sharpened with years. A face that was still young but carried more weight than most faces ever would. They will keep coming, Karen said. Otsutsuki, whatever comes next. She said it without fear. A statement of fact. The way you say the sun will rise or the rain will fall. She had married a man who painted targets on himself by existing. She had made her peace with that. Doom turned the mask over in his gauntlet. Looked at the inside, the seals, the circuits, the neural interface ports. The thing that had been his identity since the day he decided Naruto Uzumaki was dead and Doom was born. Good, he said. He put the mask on. The click, the seal, the green glow behind the eye slits burning steady in the dark. Doom is not done. He turned from the edge. Karen fell into step beside him. Their footsteps echoed together on the reinforced roof, iron and leather, heavy and sure. Behind them, the city stretched in every direction. The Latverian Commonwealth, former enemies serving as governors, former victims living without fear, children growing up in schools instead of on battlefields. A continent that had known nothing but war for its entire history, now 6 years into a peace that was enforced by the will of a single man and maintained by the systems he had built to outlast himself. Below, in the depths, the god tree pulsed with sealed chakra, a weapon, a resource, a statement to the universe. In the armor, centuries of stolen power waited in organized silence. The 9 tails, the Sharingan data, the Rinnegan data, Momoshiki's absorption technique, Ishiki's dimensional abilities, Jura's biochakra, Obito's Kamui, Orochimaru's jutsu library, Hashirama's cells. Every enemy he had ever defeated, reduced to data and filed. Kurama stirred in the seal. You know, the fox rumbled, for someone who's supposed to be a villain. Doom is not a villain, Doom said, walking back into the fortress. Karen beside him. The corridor lights activating as they moved, the fortress responding to its master's presence like a living thing. Doom is the only thing standing between this planet and the universe that wants to harvest it. A pause. The doors opened ahead of them. The throne room waited beyond, lit green, humming with power. Now stop talking. Doom is thinking. The doors closed behind them. The green glow sealed in. The fortress hummed. Outside, the wind moved across the capital, across the rooftops, across the monument faces, across the green and silver banner that flew from the highest point of the fortress. The banner of Latveria, the banner of Doom. The night was quiet. The world was quiet. But somewhere, beyond the stars, beyond the dimensional boundaries that Doom had only begun to map, something else was watching. Something older than the Otsutsuki. Something that had planted the first god tree on the first world, billions of years ago, and had been harvesting ever since. It looked at this small planet, at this small continent, at the sealed god tree growing in the dark beneath an iron fortress. It looked at the man on the throne. And for the first time in its immeasurable existence, it hesitated. because the man on the throne was looking back, through the sensors, through the dimensional anchors, through the god tree's extra-dimensional roots that threaded through the fabric of space-time and connect, however faintly, to the vast network of trees across the universe. Doom had felt it. The presence at the edge of perception. The thing beyond the Otsutsuki. He sat on his throne, Karen at his right, the mask's eye slits burning green, and he smiled. Nobody saw it. Nobody ever saw it. The mask did not allow smiles, but behind the iron, in the dark, in the space where Naruto Uzumaki had once lived and where Victor Von Doom had been reborn, the smile was there. "Come," Doom whispered, "to the darkness, to the stars, to whatever ancient cosmic horror was watching from the other side of reality. Doom is waiting." The green glow flared once, then steady, then still.
That's the story of what happens when the world throws away its greatest mind, and that mind decides to take the world back. If this hit different, subscribe. More of these are coming, and they only get worse for the people who doubted him. You don't want to miss what's next.